and see how everything looks okay. Hello, welcome to the stream. We are playing more Ace Attorney to this week. I'm just checking everything is okay, and then I'm gonna grab the Scott. Hi, my buddy, my friendo. Everything looks okay, I believe. Do. Okay. So I will grab the Scott. Let me see if he's ready. Message the Scott. Make sure he is ready to roll. Alright, let's go. Hello.
Hi.
Hello. Let's see here. Show you my screen here. Ta-da. And then, hello, Dr. Dial. Let me get to game scene. There we go. Hold on one second. Make sure. Okay, that's fine. I changed up the chat stuff a bit on the screen, so hopefully that looks okay. I thought well, like on my stream, I changed it up a bit to make it the chat a little bit bigger. Yeah, I guess it's good, but I thought if I changed it in one scene, because one scene I was like, oh, I'll change the letters to white, and then the other one I'll change it to black because the background's more like light colored, but now they're both black, I guess. I don't know, it's fine, I guess. Anyway, last time on Ace Attorney, we found yet another couple of sisters, where one of them is being framed for a murder.
Is she though? She says she did it.
She's saying she did it.
For some reason, which is weird. Why are you taking the fall if you didn't do it?
Very, very, very strange. Very suspicious. Let's see. Who did we meet last time? I don't remember the witnesses. Who was the witness?
A lady who hates prosecutors.
Yeah, the lunch lady girl. The lunch lady.
The snack cart. I think, is she a lunch lady or is she like the snack cart?
Yeah, she has like just a food like delivery service or something kind of thing. But she was like a prior detective who lost her job, and she doesn't like prosecutors. She really, really doesn't like prosecutors.
She's got a grudge or something.
Yeah, very, very big grudge against prosecutors. And we discovered that somehow the victim somehow died in both the attorney's office and the police department. Don't know how that happened. And they were killed at the same time somehow, but we're not getting a whole lot of very clear information from the head of the police department. He's not being very transparent about what's going on. But yeah, we're gonna find out more. So we kind of proved that the witness's testimony wasn't great, and
we also proved that she was not at the correct angle to see what transpired.
Yes.
We established that, right?
Yes. And
which is actually similar to the very first case that we covered, isn't it?
Yeah, but was like something else too. I can't remember. Some other thing. I don't remember. Let's just go ahead and continue, and maybe if looking at the evidence, I'll remember. But yeah,
it's been a little bit.
Yeah, it's been a week. So, episode 5, Rise from the Ashes, because he's a phoenix. Day 2, Trial Ladder. So, second day. Oh. What? This wasn't where I left it.
Yeah, I think we were done with him.
Did I just not save? I don't know.
You not save? Oh
Snipe with evidence in the case of stone from the department's evidence room. I don't remember what. I don't remember what the. Hold on. No, not that. Go to. Oh my god. Oh yeah, there was like a. About the phone call thing. Neighbor's evidence in the case of stone from the department's evidence room. So this one, because of the tag, and it has to do with the different case that the detective that died, the victim, was like taking back to the prosecutor's office. Also, the knife that killed him apparently was owned, and also the car was also owned by Edgeworth. Huh.
Not strange at all.
Yeah, and he's the prosecutor for this trial, which seems very weird.
I mean, in a normal world, there's no way in hell Edgeworth would be prosecuting this because he's basically totally implicated in it.
Yeah.
With this car and other stuff, but yeah.
Let's go to the police department. See what a mess. Yeah. Time of the crime? 5:15. Scary coincidence, huh? It's not officially linked to the case, so I can't talk much about it. Okay, hold on. Pretty sure. Is it? No? I don't remember. I don't remember. Okay. One of the prosecutors and the one at the police department? That can't be a coincidence. And that knife. What was it doing here? I better check the knife out. Oh, do I have to look at the knife? Can I check the knife? Can I? There's no tag on the knife. It says SL. What's that supposed to mean? I'm not sure, but it reminds me of a similar code. DL6 maybe it's a case number? That's weird. Well, I don't remember where, but I think I've seen something like this before. Yeah, the note. Something similar to what's written on this tag. It wasn't that long ago either. Maybe I should check the court record again. Yeah, I know. Go back. And then we go like... So, victim's memo found in the car trunk. Which has to do with the 67L or 67S. Wait, no, that's what I would do. Just check. Can I click on it? No, okay. Knife to meet you, yeah. I'll just do the good old ask everything. So this knife, was it stolen? Yes, but on the day of the murder. It was evidence, you say? Was it, in fact, a murder weapon? Nice, 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 good show, Lilworthy. It was a murder weapon, as it happens. It was evidence for a case long since solved. So this knife was stolen on the day of the murder, and it was found in the exhaust pipe of Edgeworth's car. Yes. Hard to think there isn't a connection there. That was a bad day for the department. We weren't in any shape to do an investigation. Detective was killed out of the police department. See? What a mess. On the same day, a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot. Another detective was killed at the police department? That's in fact surprising, isn't it, Udgy? Oh, I'm at a loss for words. And the perpetrator, do you have a suspect? Well, Well, there was a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. Just arrested? That was quick. But there's still a lot of unanswered questions. Maybe you can help, Righto. I suppose I could help if you help me by giving me data on your case. Oh, good one. This kid's sharp. Okay, here's the deal. I'll tell you one thing and one thing. Okay. We already know when the guy died. Oh, wait, I think we have to go through everything. Wouldn't Edgeworth not be able to work on this case because it involves his property? Yeah, it normally would be like that, but conflict of interest much? Yeah, it's weird. Well, how was the detective killed? How was he killed? No, that's the interesting part. It was what we in the force call a stabbing with a knife. Wow, amazing. A knife. That's exactly the same as Detective Goodman. That's the spirit we're cooking now. But you know, that's not the only thing that was exactly the same. What do you mean? There were more similarities between the two cases than the cause of death. It seems like I'm going to have to press this a bit harder. Okay. Okay. Press. Okay. Ba 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 ba. Okay, where the victim was found. So tell me, where was the victim found? Well, I can't speak on where the corpse was found, but I can say the crime took place in the evidence room of the police department. The evidence room? Wait a second, I have heard of that. The evidence room. Didn't he mention that in his testimony just now? The safe was evidence in a case. It was stolen from the department's evidence room. Gotcha. There's a connection between the two cases. You seem happy, Mr. Wright. Happy. We just got handed our ticket to go to town on this case. With the link between the two cases established, we finally have some leverage. Now we can get him to testify about the details. Okay. So, yeah, but they can't. You're stupid. Yes? No? No? What? I'm so confused. What? Okay, maybe I have to press on it. Just press. Okay, yeah. Chief, the defense's position is simply this. The connection between these two cases has already been proven. You don't say. Well, out with it, Wright. What's your connection? Yes, out with it, Mr. Wright. The connection is a place mentioned in the testimony we just heard. The knife found in the lot was stolen from the police department's evidence room. Not to mention the victim had on him the case number on the knife's evidence tag. And we also know that the detective murdered at the police department was killed in the very same evidence room. Indeed. There do seem to be too many connections for it to be a coincidence. Just awkward silence. You two make a good pair. He ships them. Yeah, I think we already went through this part. It took my man 2 days to find out what you deduced right there. Chief, I request you release your information on the victim at the police department. See, that's the tricky part. It hasn't been announced yet at all. Can we get the information unofficial? Sure. Why not? It's unofficial after all. What? Really? Who would have guessed? I'll corroborate, but I can't reveal the name of the victim at the department, okay? Okay. If you're going to tell us a little, why not tell us everything? Well, case information is sticky stuff. You have to do everything properly. Oh well, I guess I might as well try to get what I can out of him. Victim's division. Right, because then we can be like, hey, that's the same number on the card of the victim at the prosecutor's office. Okay, well, what division was the victim stationed in? Oh, you want to know that, do you? Criminal Affairs, Division 1. The detectives responsible for homicide cases. Homicide. That would be the same division as Detective Gumshoe. Oh, you have to ask the ID number. Detective Goodman, who was killed in the underground parking lot, was homicide too. It's almost like a serial killer was after homicide detectives. Except that serial killing happened simultaneously, scientifically speaking. Well, I sure hope Detective Gumshoe is next on the list. 2 detectives were killed at 5:15, one at the prosecutor's office and one at the police department? That can't be a coincidence. And that knife. Okay. Okay. Okay, press, and then I have to ask the ID number. Okay. Yeah, ID number. That's what we need. Okay, how about you tell me the victim's ID number? Sure, why not? It's not like you'll be able to tell who it is from that. Of course not. You won't tell me their name after all. We keep a tight lid on ID numbers, so don't go getting your hopes up. Number is... Dramatic pause. 5842189. Well, that's quite long. And we have to remember these. It drives me nuts. 8, 2... I can't do it. You didn't even get the first number right. Well, Mr. Wright, does this tell you anything? It does. The ID number of the victim at the police department. 582422189. It does tell me something. Actually, it does, Your Honor. It does. I think. Meaning? It has to be what I think it is. But what does this mean? Well, let's hear what the defense has to say. You say the ID number of the detective who was murdered at the police department. Tells you something? What does it tell you? ID. Witness. What is it, Mr. Wright? You're grinning like a schoolgirl on prom night. No, it's just, I got confused. And this is news. Man, the sass. Huh? Just come out with both guns blazing, like you always do. Hell yeah. The police department. The prosecutor's office. 2 places, 2 detectives murdered at one time? Actually, I happen to have a police ID number here. Oh, is it yours? No, Your Honor. I'm a defense attorney, remember? This is the ID number of our victim, Detective Goodman. Shame on you, Wright. Personal IDs are top secret. Detective Goodman's ID number is 5842189. And this means what exactly? He forgot the numbers. Huh? Wait, that ID number we heard from the chief earlier. That started with 82? I've forgotten. You didn't even get the first number right. Again! The number the chief of the police gave us was 5842189. Wait a second, Wright. What does this mean? That's what I want to know. The 2 ID numbers are identical. In other words, the detective killed in the police department's evidence room was Bruce Goodman. What does our witness think about that? Oh, Sharp has attacked Wright. Sharp has attacked Wright. Sharp has attacked. But wait, Detective Goodman is our victim. Like, wait a second. What? He was killed at 5:15 in the underground parking lot. Yet, Detective Bruce Goodman was also killed at the police department, in the evidence room, at the exact same time. That's impossible. So, what you're saying is, the same person was killed at the same time? And in a completely different location? And they're like 30 minutes away from each other. Order, order, order. Chief, what does this mean? No. What I want to know is, why didn't I hear about this? Yes, it's top secret, fine, but I'm the prosecutor in charge of the case. Let me save real quick, because I'm like... I don't want to redo that again. Okay. Now, just wait a second, Worthy. No need to get all flustered. Your Honor, the police department has made a grave error in this case. Wait. I said wait. Or didn't you hear me? Oversight, the grave error. Mr. Edgeworth, they're yours. What? How How dare! We informed you yesterday. I believe it was our Officer Meekins who brought you the news. Officer Meekins? Mr. Wright, where have you heard that name before? Wait, aha! It was... Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth, anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. You don't mean him? According to Meekins, you didn't accept the report. Hard to believe. But your officer, he told me. He said the report had nothing to do with the Lana Sky incident. Dr. Bruce Goodman, murdered in the police department evidence room. Mr. Edgeworth, the victim's name is written right on the top of the report. Why didn't your officer tell me? Honestly, sure, that officer was capable of making the connection. He did seem challenged. In any case, this is a serious error, a gross negligence of duty on your part, Worthy. But, sir, you could have submitted the report this morning to the court as evidence. Then I... No such luck this time, Worthy. Or should I say, unworthy. What? Now, what was the second rule of evidence law? Well, Mr. Wright? Huh? Oh, well, it's, Rule number 2. Unregistered evidence presented must be relevant to the case on trial. And how is this rule relevant? Normally, you submit a list of the evidence to be used in court before the trial. This report wasn't on that list. So, what does this mean? I can submit this evidence until a connection was proven in court. The connection was just proven by Righto over here. Good job, Righto, my boy. Huh? I was just doing my job. No. No! Poor Edgeworth. He messed up.
He looks like he's being set up, kind of, sort of.
Kinda.
Make him
That kind of part was kinda, his fault for not taking that report. And at least reading it over.
I mean, yeah, I guess.
Because he literally just could have held on to the report and be able to see the top of it and be like, it says Bruce Goodman on the top. So, yeah. Anyway, it seems we have come to the end of this trial. I know you're going through a tough time, Worthy. With all those rumors, you were even in the defendant's chair just this past December. I apologize for this terrible lack of due diligence on my part. Mr. Edgeworth, please, just give me one day. I'll get to the bottom of what happened. If it's the last thing I do, you'd better get results this time, really. You have my profound apologies, sir. Poor Mr. Edgeworth. I don't think there's ever been an error this serious in the history of this court. I will grant one for the day as the prosecution has requested. Will that be sufficient, Mr. Edgeworth? Yes, Your Honor. Thank you. Whatever your punishment for this is, for your sake, I hope it's not decisive. Very well, court is adjourned. Alright. Finally done with that. Okay. Well, we got a little bit of a refresher of what happened. So, okay. Okay. February 23rd, 2:15 p.m. Wright & Co. Law Offices. Mr. Wright, so what's going on with the case anyway? I'm a little confused. Huh? Well, let's see. What is going on? The victim, Detective Bruce Goodman, was stabbed to death after 5 p.m. on the 21st. He died in the prosecutor's parking lot and the police department's evidence room? What's this and the evidence room part? The The prosecutor's office and the police department are 30 minutes apart by car. Well, that's what we're going to find out. Or try to, at least. Alright, let's do it. Glad she's in good spirits, but I'm not sure she's going to be much help with this. Don't be so sure, Mr. Wright. Huh? Look, we're in this together, right? I'll prove that these thick-rimmed glasses of mine aren't just for show. I mean, they are for sure. They're like sunglasses. They're not real glass. Okay. Let's go. Science awaits us. Okay, science. Okay, so we're back at the prosecutor's office, the parking lot. You know, I really don't think we should worry about the police department murder. There wasn't even a body found there. Who cares? Yeah, it was only our victim who was killed in their evidence room. No biggie. Besides, my sister would never do such a thing. I know it. We do know that she wouldn't do it. That oil drum, was it empty? The oil drum kicked over by the chief prosecutor was brimming with water. My sister erasing evidence at the crime scene? Never. Even though she says they don't get along, Emma really likes her sister. That's not it at all. It's just, we're both professionals at what we do, and I trust her. She's like a freaking mind reader. Big words for a high school student. Well, whether there was blood on the floor or not. Oh, no, it wasn't her, that was me. The water in that oil drum washed it all away. Hehehe. Ignore the strength of my science at your own peril, Mr. Wright. Huh? What's that grin for? This situation calls for one thing, and that is liminal testing fluid. Liminal? Luminal. Blood is sticky stuff, you know? You can't just wash it away with a little water. Even if you can't see it, it's still there. But wouldn't the police have already done those tests? Never trust anyone's eyes but your own, Mr. Wright. Just give it a try. Me? Why do I have to do it? I'm a minor. I can't even drink yet. That's... Well, then why do you have it?
Asking the real questions.
Like, why do you have it? We're testing bloodstains with this stuff, not drinking it. Hey, look, I'll lend you these glasses. Huh? You had an extra pair of those things? Oh, fun. Ooh. To test for a blood reaction, just spray the luminol on it. Yeah, like this, see? Press enter to spray on it. Okay, let's find us some bloodstains. There's some bloodstain. A little bit. There's a teeny bit. I can see her eyes shining behind those glasses. So this is a bloodstain? It's so... you're shaking. It's just... This is my first time seeing real blood. It's not even... like... really there. It's just what's left. Scientific investigation in action. Okay, we definitely know that this is a bloodstain, do we? But doesn't something strike you as odd, scientifically speaking, of course? What's odd about this, scientifically? The amount of blood? The perpetrator and defense, Detective Goodman fought here, right? Don't you think there'd be a little more blood? I definitely think so. I mean, look at all the blood on the sole of the victim's shoe. It is pretty strange. If they fought here, there'd have to have been more blood than this. Hey, Mr. Wright. I'm going to mark up the floor plans when we find a bloodstain, okay? Okay. See, I'm pretty handy to have around, right? Yeah, and this stuff's pretty handy too. I saved up my allowance to buy that. You... Okay, sure. But if you're a minor, how did you buy it? Like... Can you just buy it? I don't know. Luminal testing fluid received by one very proud-looking MS guy. We can't be sure that the police will reveal all of their evidence in court. Sometimes they fail to mention evidence that doesn't fit with their view of the case. Then let's drag that hidden evidence out into the light of day. Yeah. Feels like we're really investigating a crime now, doesn't it? Guess I should give this a spray on anything suspicious. Ha! Oh, this lady. I wonder how that fluid of yours would react to a nice deli box. Miss Star. You only trust your own eyes. Not bad, you two. This day old dolly box is on the house. Sorry, just that kind of lead in doesn't really get my mouth watering. What's up, Charles? You certainly put me in a tight spot today. My apologies, Miss Star, but no, it's okay. It was my fault. Oh, we know. Oh yeah, we know, Emma. I witnessed everything from that security room right there, but I was afraid that wouldn't sound convincing enough, you see. I was wrong to think that. I'm sorry. Sorry? You lied on the witness stand. That's unforgivable. Oh. Little girl, don't forget what's important here. Even in the place I witnessed the events from was different. I still saw what I saw. I saw Chief Prosecutor Sky stab a man in cold blood, and that testimony still stands. I swear it on my honor as a detective. She stabbed Goodman. I know this photograph has something important to tell us, but what? So you were a detective, weren't you, Miss Star? Yes, it was a long time ago. Well, 2 years ago. No matter how hardened the criminal when they faced me, they coughed it up. Coughed it up? They confessed. They babbled like babies. You know. I may seem like a demon sometimes, but I can be an angel too. I wouldn't doubt it. Every day I drag the dirt out of the mouths of suspect after suspect, and before long they called me the cough-up queen. Oh, and here I thought someone had gotten food poisoning from your lunches. Oh my god. And you were let go? Or fired? I felt I had found my dream job when I became an investigator, and if these prime and proper prosecutors hadn't let me go, I'd still be one today. So that's why she lost her job, was because of prosecutors? It's all because of that case. The SL9 incident. SL9? Wait, she doesn't mean... do I, like, show her this? Do I, like, be like, hey, that's related to what we're doing? What do you think about this? The SL9 incident is written on that knife. And on that note, Goodman was the head detective on that case, you know. Really? That knife was evidence from that case, the murder weapon. It was due for transferal the very day that Goodman was killed. As I suspected, SL9 isn't over. Not yet. Do you think you could tell us more about the SL9 incident? Talk. What? Can you tell us more? No, that's not what I wanted. Yeah, very much emotive. Do I show her this now? Or... no, it's still doing this again. So... do you think you could tell us more about... well, why isn't she telling us? Or... okay. Can I show her this, Eddie? I had one of those up until 2 years ago. Back when you were the cough-up queen, right? We found this ID card here in the parking lot. Well, there's no mistaking that. It's definitely Goodman's. But it's the same ID as the man who was killed at the police department. That's impossible. I wish I could be so sure. This? Could you, okay, nothing important with that. Okay. A body with Edgeworth's knife stuck in it was found in Edgeworth's car. I think he owes me his gratitude. Why, if I hadn't witnessed the crime, Mr. Edgeworth Edgeworth would have been the suspect. I wonder. Still, it's strange. Why didn't our chief prosecutor have her own murder weapon ready? Did you take a look at that? Okay, so nothing with that. Okay, I don't think she's gonna tell us anything about this. Yeah, nothing. Yeah, that's gonna work. Nope. Clickety click 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 click. Clickety click click click. Clickety click. Okay, phone. It was when I grabbed the chief prosecutor on the shoulder. She dropped that phone on the pavement. That's when you heard her talking about the muffler, right? Little did I know, it was a trap. The red car's muffler and the prosecutor's red muffler. What was Miss Guy really trying to say, I wonder? Nope, okay, nothing with that. So if you think about it, I could have taken that picture from the guard room, but even I get flustered sometimes. So you went straight to the scene of the crime. I rushed toward the chain link fence in an effort to stop the murder. That's when I took this photo, yes. In other words, 5 minutes after the crime? Those 5 minutes are the whole problem. The hole in my testimony, as it were. 5 minutes weren't the problem, Miss Starr. You lying was the problem. Listen, little girl, I've had my testimony disregarded before, and I wasn't going to have it disregarded again, just like that time. That time? Okay, she's very... the shoe? Okay, nothing with the shoe. Nothing with the shoe. Come on. Okay. Nothing with the knife. I don't think anything with this. No, okay. And just to be sure, here's my badge. Oh, hey! That looks like a petrified piece of provolone. Huh? It's not. It's my attorney's badge. I think a petrified piece of provolone would fetch more on the open market. Look, my badge isn't up for sale. Not yet, at least. Okay. Interesting. Okay, here we go. SL9 incident. That incident really opened up my eyes to the truth. We're nothing to them. Disposable. Disposable? To who? 2 years ago, it was the biggest case I'd ever handled. The police and the prosecutors were desperate for decisive evidence. So they didn't solve it? On the contrary, it was solved quite cleanly. The criminal was caught and executed. Executed? Yes, the criminal got what was coming to him. It doesn't get any clearer than that. The only problem was, they never did find decisive evidence. Not a shred. What? But the criminal was executed, right? On the basis of evidence. Of a sort, made-up evidence. What? You mean they executed someone with fabricated evidence? The best part came several months after the trial. Every detective involved with the case was dealt with. Some were demoted to patrolmen, others found themselves out of a job. And you were one of those? Myself and one other person you know well. Wait, could it be the Cowboy man?
Who? Because he's an unofficial police officer or whatever.
Yeah, he's just a patrolman. He's not a detective anymore. But yet he was made in charge of the crime scene, even though he's a patrolman. He's not a detective. Even though we also know that Detective Gumshoe wasn't doing anything during that time. He was literally just fucking around in front of the police department.
Yeah, true, he was.
Yeah, because he didn't have anything else to do. Like, they didn't give him anything to do, so. Exactly, Detective Jake Marshall. Oops, I mean, the police department security detail officer, Jake Marshall. Yeah, he's just an officer. Okay, Detective Marshall. As professional detectives, we investigated that case from every angle. Jake was particularly determined, and then it was over, and he was demoted. However, he hasn't forgotten, and neither have I. You haven't forgotten SL9? There was another side to that case, a hidden side. That's what we're after now. And no one up in their fancy offices can stop us. Wait, those lunches you sell. There is only one reason I come to sell lunches in this accursed office. I come here to meet old friends, boyfriends that can help me investigate. Miss Star's old boyfriends. How many does she have anyway? Just when all the detectives on SL9 have been disappeared, we find new evidence. There has to be a connection. Clearly. So, Rookie, but what? It seems like you're serious about investigating this case. Yes. Hey, nice. Then you should take this. Salisbury steak lunch? I know a certain guy who might help you if you attempt him with this treat. Oh, gumshoe. Oh wait, no, Officer Marshall? No, okay, never mind. I was thinking of gumshoe. Officer Marshall, is he your, are you going out? Why do you want to know? I was just wondering what happened to him. A long time ago, when he was helping my sister do cases, he was so nice. He got along so well with my sister, it made me jealous. And he was nice to me too, back then. This would be when Officer Marshall was a detective. But now he's so cold. Jake and I are merely cooperating on this investigation. We're putting the past to rest, as it were. Nothing more than that. I see. Thank you. Officer Jake Marshall. Okay. So I don't think we have anything else to do here. Look around more. It was clearly her in the Cowboy Bebop. Maybe it was her in the Cowboy Bebop. Let's see. That's where we found that note. 221 SL9, the SL9 incident. A case that was due for transferal the day of the murder. The detective in charge of the case was the victim. I wonder what kind of case this SL9 incident thing was. It's kind of hard to guess just knowing the case number. Car. That's about as red as a sports car can get. Yep, it's pretty red, alright. The body was found in Edgeworth's car trunk, and the lock on the trunk was broken too. So the question is, why did Miss Sky choose his car? So, what model car is it? I think it was called a sedan or coupe or something like that. Those are car types, Mr. Wright, not models. You're a guy, aren't you, Mr. Wright? You're supposed to know these things. Maybe it's about time I got my driver's license. It's fine. B block is through there. That's where the visitors park. So, Mr. climbed over this fence? It seems so, yeah. That fence is 9 feet high at least. Well, no time like the present. I think I'll give it a little try. Okay, have fun with that. Eek! It's okay, don't cry. Maybe there's a Lunchland Olympics team? Okay. A block. This area is preserved for prosecutors. Defense attorneys are regulated to B block. I dream of the day when I will be able to park my car here. I'll go over to B block to buy my hamburgers from you, Mr. Wright. Oh yeah, I'm not planning on giving up my job that soon. Barrels. So this is the famous oil drum. Well, no time like the present. I'll try to kick it over myself. Yeah! That's okay, don't cry. That last guy must be one strong woman. Okay, let's just, look everything over. So this is the famous divider. It sure helped us knock a hole in that testimony today. Come to think of it, this divider helped our case more than the actual witness. The Great Divider, a chip off the old parking block. It's just a wall, scientifically speaking. That's her catchphrase, you can't just take it. Here, a phone, let's see if it works. Hey, don't touch stuff we don't need to be touching. I can't hear anything. My ears, no, my ears. Maybe it's due to the barometric pressure? What is she blabbering about? Hey, what did you say? See, you can hear just fine. The phone's broken. Okay, ladder. Aha, a ladder. That's a step ladder. What's the difference in scientific terms, please? Scientific, huh? Look at the basic nature of the thing, Mr. Wright. This all seems to be so horribly familiar somehow. Yeah. Door. Look, a door. This must mean something. I'm not sure that door means anything. No, it won't open a mysterious lock. I fail to see what's mysterious about it. Mr. Wright, you need to learn to enjoy life more. Let's finish our investigation first, shall we? So this was one other way from the security room up here, but it was locked, so she can go that way. So she had to go all the way around that. There's like a passageway over to the B block side. Yeah, security room. So that's where Miss Starr saw the incident from. You can probably see quite a lot from up there. That probably means she wasn't lying when she said she saw Miss Sky stab him. Where's the security guard anyway? Well, this is just something I heard, but apparently he went out to buy coffee for Miss Starr. That woman is a force to be reckoned with. So he wasn't even in? That makes sense, because then if the door is locked, yeah, she would have to go around. Okay. This is where the cars leave the lot. The arrow on the ground makes it look more like an entrance. What are you talking about? It's plainly an well, maybe it's both. Kind of a dual purpose. Aha, the theory of relativity. What? I've got to write this down. Hey, Mr. Wright, maybe you know, was Mr. Relativity German, or was he British? Mr. Oh my god. Relativity. Are you sure that was his name? Okay, so I think that's everything here that we can look at, I think. Yeah, I think so. Okay, so let's go to the Digital Center. Sure, let's go talk to her sister, who is our defendant. Yeah. Okay. Looks like Miss Sky is questioning. I hope the detectives aren't yelling at her. How did you kill him in 2 places at the same time? Can you imagine? How's she supposed to answer that? Wait a second. Didn't Mr. Gant say they arrested a suspect in the police department murder? Let's come back later. Okay, so nothing here right now. Criminal Affairs Department. Let's go there. February 23rd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Wow, everyone looks deadly serious here. Well, there was a vicious murder of a detective down at the police department. Yes, but the same detective was also killed at the same time in the prosecutor's lot. Ugh, makes my head hurt. Well, first things first, let's go check out the police department crime scene. Yes, you sound dead set on investigating. But don't mess up, or we could wind up dead. I doubt anyone wants more mysteries or dead bodies around here right now. But it doesn't look like anyone's going to help us much either. Well, let's take a quick look around. Let's see what this dude's doing. What are you doing? That must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I know, the killer used dry ice. If you put it between the latch and the door, the room could be sealed shut. This is good. I'll win a writer's award for sure. Sir?
I don't think so.
Sir, you're an actual detective at work. Well, there's been a murder at the police station. Okay. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. Good job. These are the detective's desks. There are computers and files on each one. Funny, they're a lot tidier than I'd expect. I guess the detectives don't spend a lot of time at their desks. That must be the chief of detectives. He's glued to his computer screen. What? Detective killed in the evidence room? Tell no one outside the police department. No! I told that old lady at the restaurant everything. Good job, head of the chief of the police department, detectives.
Yes.
Very
Yes,
good.
tell people confidential stuff about cases. I'm sure that's a really good idea.
Very, very good idea. Someone's getting a demotion. The little police guy. So this is the police mascot, is it? The Blue Badger, the future star of the police force. The design's a little change from the one outside. Oh, well, the dancing Blue Badger TM is still under development, you say. You have it trademarked? Absolutely, it's cutting edge stuff very now. I showed this doll here to my daughter and she bursts into tears. I don't think that's a good thing. I would show her that moving mock-up outside then. You'll give her nightmares. True. And then this is just a poster thing. Poster of a female police officer. Wait, no, that's the latest Babes in Uniform calendar. My bad. Okay. Yeah, nothing else. So, move and go to the entrance, I guess. See if we can find Gumshoe. Or the marshal. Marshal guy. February 23rd, police department entrance. It's even busier here today than it was yesterday. The detectives are running around so fast, they're blurring. I suppose it makes sense. A detective did get killed here, after all. So, the evidence room, the scene of a crime. According to the pamphlet we got from the front desk. Here it is. She's like a kid at an amusement park. Why do they have a pamphlet with the map of the police department? That seems like a security problem.
Yeah, a little bit.
Yeah, okay. Oh, a real crime scene. Let's go take a look. We've already been to a real crime scene.
I think there's something in what she's saying right now because she's saying a real crime scene.
What?
She might be inferring that the last crime scene that we were looking at was a secondary crime scene.
I don't.
Oh.
Okay, no, he's not gonna say anything. I was gonna, say, maybe, Wright will say something about it. The Blue Badger still oh my god, writhing around today. Ugh. Oh, we're gonna see it dance. Let's give him the benefit of the doubt and say he's dancing. Speaking of dancing, the whole police department has been dancing around like crazy since yesterday. Can I take out his batteries? I just can't help but feel he's going to do something naughty. Okay. He's an evil badger, I guess. The usual wanted posters are hanged up on the bulletin board here. Do you know this face? If you do, call dial 911. You know, Mr. Wright, I've always thought it was kind of funny. I've never seen anyone who looked like the people in these posters. They hardly even look human. She has a point. Police car. Mr. Wright, do you know why? Oh yeah, because she's like pandas, and I'm like, that doesn't make any freaking sense. The banner here is announcing the crime-fighting campaign. Nice slogan. I wonder if they'll be selling fingerprinting sets. Oh yeah, I don't think that's kind of thing. Okay. Look at that patrolman is saluting the other guy. He must be a detective. You idiot, what were you thinking? Where's your head? Sir, it's right here, sir. I guess he wasn't saluting. He was showing the detective where his head was. They make a good pair. Detective in there look pretty busy. Just imagine right now, behind those doors, a police drama in action. Somehow the thought fails to excite me. Okay. Back and move and yeah, guard station. Okay. Hey, okay, we might find Jake Marshall here. February 23rd, evidence room entrance, guard station. What's with the decor in this place? It's very eccentric. According to the pamphlet, this is the guard station for the evidence room. Again, why would they have a pamphlet with a map of the police department where the evidence room is? It's just okay. So beyond that door is the evidence room. The scene of the crime? It sure seems that way. Oh, what's wrong? It's those cacti. They're so prickly, so imposing, it's hard to think straight. If you can't handle the cacti, stay out of the desert. What I want to know is, if this is a guard station, where's Where's the guard? I have a feeling I know who he is already. Okay, let's take a little look around here. There's the security guard uniform hanging up. It looks more like a costume than a uniform, honestly. A leather jacket, leather pants, a leather... What was that called again? A punchy? Punchy? Pinchy? I know. A poochie. Wait, maybe that wasn't it. Poncho. Yes, it's a poncho, but I think I'll keep that information to myself for the time being. Security cameras. Looks like there's a video feed from the evidence room here. There's a light blinking below the monitor. It says recording. I bet we could use this computer to check on who went in and out of there. Possibly. Cactus. Yipes. These sure are prickly. They must be the real deal. I would think just one big one would be sufficient. These cacti are a lot like my sister, actually. How so? It's just so dramatic suddenly. How so? Encased in a cold, rigid shell with spines poking out in every direction, just like her. I'm not so sure I see the resemblance. It's more an attitude thing than a physical similarity. Right. This swinging door makes the place look like some kind of saloon. But look, it's nailed shut. You can't get in that way. Then what's the point of it? Of course not. If you went in through here, the cactus would fall over. Ouch. I'd say it'd be more of a yarg myself. Okay. Very important. Look on the floor. A lasso. Looks like a set up a trap something. A trap here? Wait, I know. Maybe someone was trying to catch a wild bull in here. We're in a police department. But the lasso missed. You sure have an active imagination. Door, okay. The evidence room is beyond that door. Let's just walk in. It's clearly locked. It won't open. You thought it'd be open? I think we need someone's permission to go in there first. Is there anything I'm missing? I haven't looked at. Okay. Where's Marshall? Okay. Can I use this? Yeah, can I spray it? No, not like here. No, oh. Press out of the game. No, okay. I didn't think so, but yeah, whatever. Entrance? Okay. February 23rd, police department entrance. This place is charged with frantic energy, as always. Please. Huh? Wasn't that? One steak lunch, please. Oh, it's you. Detective Gumshoe. Now's no time for chit-chat, pal. I'm a busy man. What I really need is a steak lunch from Lunchland. Oh, you need one of these? Actually, it's not for sale. Oh no. Gumshoe. I think I just heard the sound of his heart breaking. Now's no time for despair. We've caught our criminal. Now we just need evidence. The criminal? You mean... You heard about the stabbing in the police department evidence room, right, pal? Yeah. On the same day that a detective was killed in the prosecutor's parking lot, another detective was killed at the police department? And the perpetrator? Do you have a suspect? Well, it wasn't a suspect. Just arrested him, in fact. It's the biggest scandal to hit the station in ages. Everyone's topsy-turvy. But Detective Gumshoe, who was it? Listen, pal, all I know is I need some steak lunch pronto. Staying around here talking isn't gonna fill my belly. Okay. Well, wait, don't leave. If you want to know more, head on down to the detention center, pal. Questioning should be over, so I figured he's down there having a good cry. Later. He ran off to the evidence room. Well, this investigation is off to a running start. Okay. So now we gotta go back to the... Just like go here and then go to the detention center. Okay. February 23rd, detention center, visitor's room. Oh, I know who the other suspect is. I just remembered who he is. Still, I do feel better about things, a little. I mean, they caught the person who stabbed Detective Goodman, didn't they? Yeah, I guess they did. Best to not go too far down that road right now. Things will just get confusing. Okay. What was that?
System?
Sir, that's what I'm saying. Me, a perpetrator? I say I was the perpetrated against, sir. That's what I'd say. Look who it is. Hi, greetings, sir. Wait, I know who you are. Excuse me, but is Mr. Edgeworth anywhere on the premises? I'm here, sir, at the request of the chief, sir. I've got your report, sir. Officer Meekins, your guard here at the detention center? No, sir, I'm not, sir. I'm a little lost patrolman, like a little lost lamb, sir. Oh, I get it. You're here to deliver a report? No, sir, how should I say this? Wait, he isn't. Is he? You, Officer Meekins, you did you? Perpetrator Officer Meekins reporting, sir. What? Oh, this is an unexpected turn of events.
Is that why his hand is bandaged?
Yeah, something happened to him. Something happened to him. The day of the crime. Sir, I'm a patrolman with general affairs, sir. Oh, I can hear you just fine, Officer Beacons. I had some business that day, sir, and so I went to the evidence room, sir. The guard station in front of the room was empty, sir. So normally there's a guard at the evidence room? That's right, sir, because evidence is kept in the evidence room, sir. Now, the security officer was none other than Officer Marshall. Marshall? And, sir, I happened to glance at the security room monitor. That's when I saw him, sir. A suspicious person in the evidence room. A suspicious person, sir. A suspicious person. Yeah, whoa. What the heck is this guy doing? So what happened then? After that, sir, everything went white. I saw red. I blacked out. And when I came to, I was there. I was here in the detention center. How long were you out? Days? Might I ask, what happened to your hand? Sir, there was no one to bandage me, sir. So I did what I could to wrap it up, sir. Bandage on his hand. Hey, just like Miss Sky. Yet another similarity between this case and the one at the prosecutor's office. First things first, tell us how you hurt your hand. Yeah, tell me about your hand. About your hand, did that happen during the course of the crime? Well, you see, sir, don't you think you should just confess? But sir, but there was nothing I could do. Nothing you could do? Sir, to tell you the truth, sir, when it happened, when the detective pointed that knife at me, I just hollered, sir. Oh, the detective. And the next thing I knew, I was unconscious. The next thing you knew, you were, huh? Then when I opened my eyes, I was alone in the evidence room, sir, alone. Alone because Detective Goodman had disappeared. What? And then when I looked down, I was gushing blood from my hand, sir. All the shock, all the sorrow, sir, can you imagine how I felt? The victim's body disappeared? That's some story. Victim. I don't mean to pry, but you were the perpetrator, correct? You killed the Detective Bruce Goodman in the evidence room, right? Sir, please don't look at me with those sad puppy eyes, sir. If you have to label me as perpetrator or victim, sir, then label me victim. I would, but you happen to be in detention, and alive, and well at that. Yes, well, that's very true, sir. I suppose you could say that. Did you know the victim, Detective Goodman? Well, sir, if I had to label him as a stranger or a total stranger, then I'd say he leans heavily on the total stranger side. So you didn't know him? Sir, I work in a tiny department, devoid of light. There are other creature comforts. Creature comforts? Okay. I don't know any detectives. So if he was a total stranger, why did you stab him? Sir, I had no intention of killing him, sir. None. Nor do I have any recollection of recollection of killing him, sir. At least someone around here is more confused than I am. Okay. Can we show him some evidence? Let's go. Badge. Officer Meekins, have a look at this. Go ahead, sir. Laugh at me, sir. Uh-huh. I know what you want to say. You're gonna tell me how she has one just like it. Me? Why would I? I know, sir. I know. I'm the only one without a girl with matching badges. Nowhere I'm alone. All alone. Is that so wrong? Life isn't all about high school sweethearts and youthful romances, sir. Is he talking about those badges on her coat? Like the little buttons? I'd like to think there's a difference between my badge and a fashion accessory. Right. Okay. Do you think you take a look at this? Hey! Sir, that's it. That's what? My head was a blank until this very moment. But sir, now I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Correct! That car was the cause of it all. This ID card? Exactly, sir, that's exactly it. Nothing could be more exact, sir, nothing. I better pry into this one a little deeper. Okay. What about the card? Can you tell me what it is you do remember? Well, sir, you might say I'm a lost little patrolman, a lost little lamb, if you will. I didn't know Mr. Detective Goodman, who was in the evidence room, and that's why you thought he looked suspicious. Sir, I entered the evidence room and asked the man to show me his ID card. Oop. Well, that sounds pretty much by the book so far. Oh, that's right, sir. That's what I've been trying to tell you. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card. What did he do? That's the thing. Suddenly he pointed a knife at me. What? Sir, I assure you I was as flustered as you are right now. So I whooped and leapt at him. Detective Goodman pointed a knife at him? Do unto others before they do unto you, my own father's words, sir. What happened then? Well, my eyes, sir, everything went white. When I awoke, I was here. Right. Okay. Reason for arrest. So, Officer Meekins, why was it that they arrested you? What do you mean, Emma? Let's look at what we know. Now, Officer Meekins didn't know Detective Goodman. And the victim, who he met at the scene of the crime, didn't show his ID card. In other words, we have no way of knowing if the victim was really the victim. And if this body just disappeared from the evidence room, we don't even know if anyone actually died. That's it, sir. That's what I wanted to say. That is, I did say something along those lines. Huh? But you still ended up here. They told me that it had to be him, sir, on that day at that time. Detective Goodman was definitely in the evidence room. That's what they said. But you don't remember the events clearly. No, but the videotape is quite clear. Huh? Videotape? From the security camera. The crime I swear to stamp out, it's there, it's me, it's on tape. What's on tape exactly? And you waited until now to tell us this? I'm sorry, really sorry, sir. I'll hand over my badge. I don't deserve it. No thanks, I have my own. Well, I guess we'd better go check out the crime scene. Okay. I don't know if there's anything else that we need to show him. Because all of this has to do with the prosecutor office. Well, we can show them that. See if this is a knife. Officer Meekins, this is for you. Eek, I'm scared of knives, sir. It's okay. I just wanted you to have a look at it. That's it, sir. Last night, sir. That's the one. Yep. Okay, that's what I wanted. I was an apple, sir, in my dream, sir, and I was just being peeled. Oh, okay. On second thought, you don't have to look at the knife. He's overreacting to the knife, but I guess he's not been through a lot. Okay. I thought he would say, like, that's the knife that the guy pointed at him or something. I don't know. He wouldn't know anything about this because he's just a patrolman. So he wouldn't know anything about the SL 7S or whatever. Oh wait, no, it is SL9. They flipped it over the note. I'm dumb. Yeah, I wouldn't have anything to do with this. I wouldn't have anything to do with this. Might know something about this? Okay, don't have any idea. Okay. Okie dokie. Okay. So let's go back to Criminal Affairs. February 23rd, Police Station, Criminal Affairs Department. Hey, Mr. Wright. Look who's standing at the Chief Detective's desk. It's Police Chief Gant. Oh, man. And you're sure this is all? You know what it means if there is anything missing. Sir, I'm sure it's most likely to totally perfect. And he checked all of his drawers, lockers, garbage cans, bags, coat pockets, hats, under his seat cushion, behind his computer monitor, inside his personal coffee machine. I see. If anything does turn up, you call me right away, deal? Yes, sir. We'll score the place again, sir. The chief of detectives looks a little flustered. Right, oh my boy. How have you been? Swim much? Chief Gant reporting for duty, sir. Why are you saluting him, Miss Wright? I don't know. Very dramatic music. Talk about Edgeworth. Is Edgeworth going to be okay? Oh, Worthy. Oh, you know, they're doing a little inquiry committee with him. Sounds like an inquisition. Yep, well, we've had no end of trouble with the boy since last year. You mean the incident on Gourd Lake? It doesn't look good having a top prosecutor sit in the defendant's seat, does it? And you got someone else found guilty in that case, right, Righto? On karma. Alleging he was undefeated in his 40-year career. But in court you fixed it so he was caught for forging evidence. But wait, I didn't do anything wrong. He did forge evidence. In any case, the prosecutor's office is in a bit of a turmoil, you might say. Why, they do just about anything to restore their reputation. Now, depending on what that inquiry committee decides, it could be bad for Worthy. What? Evidence room incident. It's downright odd, I tell you. The detective getting killed on their turf, too, I mean. They're being the prosecutors, I assume? Scientifically speaking, it's impossible. Yes, but that's what the evidence is saying. Goodman was stabbed in 2 locations at the same time. That's what it says. What evidence is this? No, Righto, I can't give away all our secrets just like that. And this in particular, well, it's a little sensitive, and I can't talk about it. I wasn't expecting much anyway. You know, one thing I hate most of all is hiding stuff. Secrets. Can't stand them. But you know, it's a full-time job just keeping the chief of detectives' traps shut. Yeah, because he blabbed about the whole freaking case of some random woman at a restaurant. He was the one you were picking on earlier. You saw that? Whoops. I wonder what it was that he wanted the chief of detectives to do. Let's see if we can kind of discreetly ask him. Okay, I think we can do this. We're just gonna ask the chief of detectives. Hey! Oh, sorry, you had to see that. What exactly did the chief of police want you to do? Well, see over there? That's Goodman's desk. He wanted me to check it for anything that might be a clue. Then he took away every last piece of garbage in the trash can. So nothing belonging to Detective Goodman is still here? Of course not. Well, except for this. What? You kept something? Sure, why not? It's not important. He didn't even finish writing it. Sure, it's not important. It's a lost item report, but it's only half complete. A lost item? Did Detective Goodman lose something? The date on it is February 21st. Better make a note of that, just in case. Goodman's lost item report. A half-written document dated 2/21 can only be submitted to the chief of police. I should really get back to investigating the police department crime scene. Okay, well, I want to look at that if I can. Oh, you wrote this thing rough. Bruce Goodman. Yeah, 21st. He lost it on the 21st. Okay. Can I look at this? It is in 3D. Ooh, 3D. Let's see. Ingredients meat. She must mean beef. She probably just wrote it generically. Yeah, let's hope so. course, as a scientist, I would have to check what additives she used. Go to town. Huh? It says here, hours of sweat and labor. So that's why the sauce is so salty. Alright. Wow, my mouth is watering. I can almost hear the sound of steak frying on the grill. No doubt it's all cold and tough by now. No, I'm sure it's delicious. Miss Star poured her heart into making this, so long as she didn't put any other organs in there. Alright. Interesting. I don't think we need to use that. Or look at that. Okay. I don't think we need to show him anything. Nothing really relates to him, so don't need to talk about. Don't need to talk to him. Go to the entrance, I guess, and then go to the guard station. Yes, okay. And then can we go? Can we go in here? No. Okay. Do we have to talk to Gant? I guess, maybe? Let's go back, I guess, talk to Mr. Gant. Doesn't mean get Dr. Gumshoe. Either him or the blue dancing blue badger. We don't know where Gumshoe is at the moment. I'm through with that stuff I say. Go find the guy who can't seem to. Okay, so he wants us to go find Gumshoe. So where's Gumshoe at? Let's see. Detention Center, you're here. Parking lot? No. Anything show you? This? Okay, no. Okay. Okay, not helpful. Okay. Nope, not here. Okay. I don't know where we're going. I already looked at everything here. This one? Okay. Oh, wait. Maybe? Look, that patrolman is slitting the, into me. How many fingers do you see? I'm sorry, I don't know. Well, that's 20 for the left. But nowhere near that for the right. Get glasses, officer. That wasn't a salute. It was an eye test. They make a good pair. Okay, interesting. Very, very helpful. I don't know where I'm going. Oh, this way, maybe? Oh. It must be one of the detectives. He's mumbling something to himself. I know. The killer used a cassette tape. What a crafty trick. That gunshot was a fake. This is good. No one will expect a cassette tape in this day and age. He's not writing a report. He's writing a novel. Okay, so not helpful. I
can just imagine somebody playing this game in another 10 years and being like, "What's a cassette tape?"
I mean, I don't know. Let's just go down the line. I don't know where Gumshoe is. Don't keep telling me about Gumshoe. I don't know where Gumshoe is. Just anything? 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 Anything, Gant? Anything, Mr. Gant? No, no.
Gant seems like a nice guy.
Yeah, real nice.
But I don't trust. I mean, pseudo nice.
Yeah.
And because of that, I definitely don't trust him. Nice guys in air quotes.
Yeah. Don't think showing him the sick will mean anything. Nope, okay. Great. So... Go here. Go back to the car. No, I want to go to the parking lot. I want to... Not, no, I don't want you. I don't want you. I want to examine court record. I'm going to use this more. I don't know if we needed to spray more. Oop. Spray everywhere.
Keep going till
Oh, wait, the phone. Blood must be from when Lana... No, my sister isn't the murderer. But she did call you, didn't she? At the time of the crime? And her right hand is bandaged. Hey, just whose side are you on? This has nothing to do with taking sides. So this means that Lana's hand had blood on it. This just keeps getting worse. Okay. Slide back over here. Check out more around the car area. Okay. I think that's all I got. Okay. So now we have the other blood stain. Okay, let me go. I just like talk to you and be like, hey, what do we do? What do we do? Well, where should we begin? Oh, well, as an novice, we should begin with that, you know, that thing. The mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in two places simultaneously? Well, you see, we should go to the police smart. The evidence room, was it? I'm not being very useful here, am I? No, you're being very helpful. Okay. So I guess we just go back to the guard room. Okay. No. Guard station. Okay. Is there something we haven't looked at here? Okay, let's spray it down. I think...
last on the floor. We looked at that?
Yeah, we did. She was like, to catch a bull. It's like, no.
Oh, yeah, I remember that. I remember the Cody joke now, okay.
Yeah, so let's do a little bit of spray. Spray everywhere, I guess. Hat, clothes. Wait. Can we do something with this? Can we use this to get into there? Okay. Can we... There's on the door, just walk in, up. Let's like this video feed. Okay, what did they say? Evidence was on the door, let's walk in. It won't open. You thought it'd open. I think we'd need someone's permission to go in there first. Whose permission? Who do we need to find? Well, we need to find Gumshoe, but I don't know where the freak Gumshoe is. He's not showing up anywhere. No, we're gonna freaking spray everything down. We're gonna spray everything. No, that's not what I wanted. Oh, it has our name on the bottom. Just in case she lost it. Someone use a marker to write their name on it. MS Guy, don't tell me you bring this with you everywhere you go. Well, you never know where thing might go down. Just what kind of a world do you think we live in? Oh, okay. Very, very helpful. Oh, can we... No, we can't use it here. Okay. Good to know. Terminals affairs. Salmon. No, that's not what I wanted. Can we spray? Can we just spray everything? We can't spray in here. Ooh. Spray. Oh. Spray. Spray everything. Lock. Desks. Phones. Computer. The sky. Oop. Floor. Okay, now. Oh, there was another thing to ask. Now we're asking for permission. Okay. Actually, I was wondering if I could ask you a favor. Well, I never thought the day would come when Wright asked me for help. I was wondering if we could investigate the evidence room? Please? 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 No, Righto. Actually, I'm sorry. I don't need to investigate after all. Righto, please. Do I look like a selfish man? Huh?
Yes.
Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50? I'd give them 50, no problem. But then you would charge interest.
Yeah, you would.
Yeah, and you wouldn't really tell them. So go ahead, investigate that rip to your heart's content. Knock yourself out. It just goes to show you never know until you ask. And for you here, you can borrow this. Hey, this is a detective's ID card, isn't it? That's a special card for guests, so don't lose it. Yes, sir, it's an honor. You just run along and do your best now. Later, folks. Okay, bye. Thank you. It looks pretty cool on my lapel, doesn't it? Just think, a real ID. You seem happy. Yes, sir, because, sir, we get to go into the evidence room now, sir. I think this place is a bad influence on the girl. Okay, back to here, and then to the guard station. And then to examine the door. Okay, there we go. The evidence room is beyond that door. And we have the ID card from the chief can't. Let's just walk in. It won't open. The card reader is turned off, see? What is that security guard thinking? Howdy, partners. Well, what's made my Bambina's skies go gray? Hey, there he is, Jake Marshall. Officer Marshall. Why does it have to be him? Why does it have to be him, look for? As you may have surmised, this is my saloon. We're here to investigate the crime scene. Yeehaw, that card you got there on your chest. That's better than a sheriff's badge in these parts. Yeehaw? Well, what are you standing there for? Get along, little doggies. The crime scene's a-waiting. Looks like the card reader's on again. While we're here, I was wondering if we could ask you some questions. Sorry, Cowboy, but I got no mind to tangle with you, hombres. You're busy then. Did I say that? I only said I didn't wish to speak with you. Actually, you said you had no mind to tangle with us, hombres. But you'll want to talk after we give you this. That smell reminds me of Texas. So, Officer Marshall, you're from Texas? No, he's from, like, California. No, I just saw a special on the television the other day. Is this from my baby? Yeah, Miss Star. What's this? What? What's wrong? But let's take lunch. I see. I don't see. I wonder what it means. Take lunch given to Officer Marshall.
It's a bribe?
Or something secret. Alright, Bambina, you win. Ask. Much, anything. Finally, it seems like he's willing to talk. Alright. Guard station. Officer Marshall, you're in charge of security in the evidence room, right? You got good eyes, partner. It's an easy job, and I'm grateful for it. Actually, Officer Meekins at the detention center told us. That poor little doggy. Poor guy, I keep getting his name wrong, calling him Meekly. He told us something. He said that when the stabbing occurred, you weren't at your station. Well, maybe I shouldn't be telling you this, but since I got demoted from detective 2 years ago, well, it might not look like it, but I lost my fire for the job, you know? So, what were you doing around 5:15 when the murder took place? Well, I reckon I was galloping down the highway on the back of my steed, Zippy. Note, he was riding down the highway on his horse named Zippy. He doesn't have a horse. There's no need for people here anyhow. These newfangled machines do a bang-up job of keeping an eye on the place. You mean the security camera system? I don't take to machines much. Kinda like that stewed broccoli they sneak in next to your steak, you know? Okay. Miss Starr told us something. What?
Can you tell me something wrong with broccoli? Is that what you're trying to say?
I guess. Maybe he just doesn't like broccoli. You said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. She said that you were a detective until 2 years ago. It was always my dream to be a rawhide wrangler on the scene of the crime. That's all gone now, like a drinking hole in a prairie fire. You're still investigating that Cell 9 incident with Miss Starr, aren't you? That was my case. It's all solved on the record books, but it smells like a bad game of poker. I can't let it go. That's all there is to it. What kind of case was it anyway? We've heard the name so many times, but no one tells us what exactly actually happened. There's some things you're better off not knowing, Bambina. Anyway, that case is officially dead as of 2 days ago. 2 days ago, the day of our case. That's right. Evidence transferals. Edgeworth was talking about the transferals too. A security system. I know what maybe 2 of the machines in here do. Only 2 of them? There must be a dozen. Like I said, Bambina, me and machines, well, I like them about as much as I like stewed cauliflower with my steaks. He just doesn't like stewed vegetables with his steaks. The easiest one to understand are these here security cameras. Those are the ones that Officer Meekins mentioned. Nothing happens, the tapes are automatically erased every few hours. And Officer Meekins and Detective Goodman, are they on one of those tapes? I reckon they may be. You're the security guard and you reckon? One more thing. When you go into the evidence room, you need an ID card. That's the card reader by the door. The card reader leaves a record of every ID card that passes through. So this is the ID card record. So 777 a bunch at 420. 8730579 430 4989596 450. Right at 514 was when Goodman's apparently ID was used. And then, so this is the ID card record. Hey, I've seen that somewhere before. Sorry, Bambino, I can't show you more than that. Huh? I haven't heard whether this is related to the case yet. Mr. Wright, I saw a number on the record just now. I've seen that number before. Maybe there's some way I can prove that the record is tied to the stabbing. Okay, I just show him his ID card. No? Okay, I have to do it in a different setting. Go back. I'll just do it. Do it now. ID card. See this? This is the victim's ID card. Ah, the one that was on the ground in the parking lot? Number on this is 5842189. Officer Marshall, show us that ID card record again. Yep. And then there's another one right at 514 as well. Look, the 4th number. It's a perfect match. It was used at 5:14, right before the stabbing. What's more, there's only one of them cards in the world. So when the incident occurred, Detective Goodman was in the evidence room. But wait, what did Officer Meekins say? Sir, I entered the evidence room and I asked the man to display his ID card. So you asked Detective Goodman to show his ID card? What did he do? That's the thing, suddenly he pointed a knife at me. If he had his ID card then, why would he have pointed a knife at Officer Meekins? Because clearly that's not Officer Goodman. Because if he showed the ID card, it would clearly have a picture of Goodman on it, which clearly this man was not. Alright, compadre, you win. I guess I can give you this ID card record. ID card record added to the court record. Thank you. I've got an idea. Maybe I should show this list to other people with IDs here. Okay, and find out who the other IDs were. Okay, and then one more thing to talk to him about. Transferal. Sorry, but could you explain what this whole transferal thing is about? We keep only evidence from solved cases in this room. They're kept here under the presiding detective's supervision for 2 years. So we can reinvestigate them if it turns out there was a mistake, see? So what happens to the evidence after 2 years? It goes to sleep forever in the underground vault at the county sheriff's department. That's what we call transferal. We do it every February. See now. Transferal is like a funeral for old cases. 2 years after a case is solved, it's closed forever. Dead. Never to be reopened again. Never to be reinvestigated. And that happened to SL9 2 days ago. Okay, is there anything I should show him? This, maybe? Sheriff's back in the Wild West and place much faith in evidence. The only thing they trusted was their shooting hand. This is neither Wild nor West here. How about that? And this are two different things entirely. I guess so, okay. Looks like we need, okay. Maybe? Okay. This? Okay. Okay. Evidence room. Okay, let's go to the evidence room. February 23rd, evidence room, sector 3. It's quiet. The investigation must be over here. So this is the evidence room? It really is kind of like a graveyard. Graveyards are supposed to have grass and trees. This feels more like a morgue. Nice try, Mr. Wright. You can't scare me. Hey, gumshoe! Eek! Whoa! Oh. I think they ran into each other, maybe. So sorry, I thought you were a ghost. I wouldn't recommend going around smacking ghosts on the head, pal. Oh, she smacked him. So is it true, what I heard? Right, oh please, do I look like a selfish man? Heck, if anyone asked me, sir, can I borrow $50, I'd give them 50, no problem. So go ahead, investigate that room to your heart's desire. Knock yourself out. Gumshoe, don't ask him for $50. Don't do it. He's gonna ask for what's it called? Interest, that's the word. I was like, I just said that word. Yeah, that's true. The chief of police can't loan anyone $50, even me. No, Gumshoe. Oh, so that's what you were talking about. Actually, I was put in charge of the investigation for today. Just for today? Boss for a day. Or boss for a day. But guess what? You got permission from the chief, so now you're boss for a day. Gee, thanks. First of all, you'll want to have this. Evidence room floor plans added to the court record. Thank you. Give me... No, not present. I just want to look at it. What do we got here? Very helpful. Alright. Boss for a day. So, Detective Gumshoe, you're a boss for the day? That's right. It's an honor. After all, the murder took place right here in the police department. But if you're a boss, why are you all alone? Where are your underlings? Are you using yesterday's findings to prepare for tomorrow's trial? In other words, you got kicked out of the investigation. Again. I'm adamant, though. I'm going to take control and put this case to rest. In my own evidence locker, pal. You have a locker in here too, Detective Gumshoe? Of course. I am a detective after all. They gave me a locker that only I can open, pal. Only you can open? Yeah, but both the evidence lockers. This place is more high-tech than you might think. Every locker is fixed so only one detective can open it. Using their ID card? Well, that's the thing, pal. ID cards can be lost. Why, I'm on my 3rd card since entering the force already. That sounds like a lot. Yeah, but even I can't lose my own right hand. Right hand? Oh, you mean your fingerprint? Exactly, pal. The lock for each locker is coded with a fingerprint. So the only locker we can open is our own. Funny, they look like normal lockers. These are the latest models. There's a trick to the handle, see? Handles? On the other side of the handle is a sensor, and if the wrong person touches it, you get a shock. If that's what happened, my hand would be black and smoky every day. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the force that don't know about the fingerprint locks. Alright. Sounds Martin Edgeworth. I'll always be believing Mr. Edgeworth, no matter what happens. So, Mr. Edgeworth is with the inquiry committee now? Committee right now? They're trying to figure out who's responsible for the mess up in court today. I see. I guess this is what you call fate. Mr. Edgeworth just can't get away from that case. That case? Yeah, that case. That Cell 9 incident, of course. That was the beginning of the end for Mr. Edgeworth. Maybe we can get him to tell us more about the case, because nobody else fucking tells us anything. Okay. Let me, ask him about this. Get over the locker's fingerprints don't match. If you can't open it, they'll give you 50 cents. The police department lacks faith in its lock system. Okay. After all, Detective Goodman was stabbed here after opening his locker. But at the same time, he was found dead at the prosecutor's office. Okay. Can you tell us about the map? Let me just say one thing, speaking as a detective. If I see a piece of evidence I know nothing about, I say nothing. That's fine. You bet it's fine, pal. Okay. Oh yeah, we can ask him what's his ID card number. Could you take a look at this? That's the ID card record of the people who came in here on the day of the stabbing. I heard the rumors. So it was Goodman who came in here at the time. Whoa! Huh? What is it? The second number. It's not your ID number, is it, Detective Gumshoe? Mr. Edgeworth. What? The second number on this list belongs to Mr. Edgeworth. What? Oh shit, so the second number is Mr. Edgeworth's ID card number. Why would Edgeworth have come to the evidence room? I mean, he's a prosecutor, but it's suspicious why he came on that day. Oh, okay. No. You're not gonna... Okay. You're not gonna elaborate or anything? Okay. I guess we maybe have to go talk to Edgeworth, maybe. Okay, bring this up, maybe? Okay. Okay, so not helpful. Probably nothing with this. The knife? Oh, Detective Goodman's note, and that switchblade knife. That Edgeworth was the most surprised of anyone. Because of that Cell 9 connection? That was Mr. Edgeworth's first big case, 2 years ago. That was the first time the world knew Edgeworth was a man to be feared. But why would evidence from that case turn up now? I guess it's not over, pal. Maybe there are some loose ends left on that case. Okay. Shoot. Okay. Don't know anything. Picture? Oh, that's a photo that Miss Starr took. Anything you can tell us about it? That Miss Starr is quite the lady. I remember it was winter. I was 16. She was the only one who ever got me to talk about what happened. 16? That's how old I am now. I wonder what happened. Wonder if Detective Gumshoe wore a trench coat in high school too. You have anything to tell us about that? Yeah, okay, SL9 incident. No, that was a bloody violent case. Violent? So it was a murder? Serial killing. A serial killing? Maybe I don't want to get involved in this after all. The killer made a mistake and Mr. Edgeworth built his case around that to nab him. And this was 2 years ago? That put Mr. Edgeworth right in the spotlight. It started the rumor mill. Rumors about forged evidence? It was supposed to be all cleaned up with the transfer the other day. It was the last job he ever did. Detective Goodman, that is. Huh? What do you mean? Detective Goodman was the detective in charge of the Cell 9 incident, see? That switchblade knife. The victim took the knife out of the evidence locker himself? Okay, very interesting. So I already got that photo. Don't think it's help. Okay, nope, nothing with that. Phone, probably not. This note? Okay, Detective Goodman's note. Okay, switch. Okay, no, we already did that. Autopsy? Okay, no. The Blue Badger. This is my crowning achievement, my masterpiece, you might say. But art is always misunderstood, pal. Art? Sure. He was dancing proudly on the day of the award ceremony, but there was a lot of people coming and going after the ceremony, so they took the Blue Badger away for a while. Really? Why? Oh, they said it was shameful or something like that. Shameful! I toiled night and day. I sympathize with Detective Gumshoe, but I can see why they moved it. Oh, no, I didn't want to look at the Badger, thank you.
You're probably tired of people walking by and seeing Gumshoe dancing with the thing.
Yeah, maybe. Found it at Mr. Edgeworth's car, stabbed with Mr. Edgeworth's knife, What would drive Chief Prosecutor Sky to do such a thing? Wait, I didn't mean. I mean, sure, of course, someone else really did it. Someone who must have had a grudge against Mr. Edgeworth. That's probably what happened, something like that. Hey, that's it. That's the King of Prosecutors award that Mr. Edgeworth got the other day. Were you at the award ceremony, Detective Gumshoe? Of course, pal. I got an award for diligence myself. Ah, congratulations. I was wondering, why is the award a shield? And why is it broken? Oh, there's a reason. I'll tell you what it is later. You don't remember. Apparently he's forgotten. Yeah. ID card. That's the victim, Detective Goodman's, ID card. These days, everything's got cards and secret numbers. I can never relax. That's only because you always lose your card. I always forget my secret number too. Scary, huh? My face should be ID enough. What's the world coming to? Detective Gumshoe, rebel against the system. Okay, I'm an attorney. Detective, here's my attorney badge. You show that to me every time we meet, pal. Thanks. Real men show their police badge. Enough said. But I'm not a police officer. I wish I had a badge. Even an ID card would be nice. Oh, okay. Let's examine the area. We got a weird car handle or car door. Wow, look at this big pile of junk in the corner. That looks like a car door. There's a pair of handcuffs attached to the frame. Maybe the guy they caught was some sort of escape artist and he got away? Hey, that's one of those human profiles for range testing. He's been shot square in the forehead. Better him than us. Right? There's something sticking out of here. Looks like a shirt. I guess it must be evidence for some case. Wonder if Detective Gumshoe put this in here. There you go, pal, making me out for some kind of slob. I'm not responsible for the evidence there. That said, the evidence locker was open recently. How do you know? If you leave things hanging out like that, the evidence gets dirty or ripped. The guard checks on that kind of stuff and notifies the detective responsible. How many times have I had him breathing down my neck about some silly evidence? Silly evidence? Gumshoe. Sounds like Detective Gumshoe leaves evidence hanging out a lot too. I bet he doesn't tuck in his shirt under that trench coat either. If you're gonna talk behind someone's back, don't do it right in front of them, pal. That's fair. This place is stuffed with evidence, stuffed with dreams. I'm not so sure about the dreams. It won't open. Did you really think it would? Hey, pal, our security is high-tech around here. Okay. Stuff over here. Some sort of bulky equipment is gathering dust here. What a sorry looking fishing pole this is. We used that fishing pole a bit for the last thing. That's my personal pole. I never get around to using it. Wait, I've seen that somewhere before. Right, pal, it's the metal detector. The one that led to the solving of that case on Gourd Lake, remember? Alright, wow, that feels like it was ages ago. And, I don't think I've seen this one before. Oh, that's a bug sweeper. I'm sure it'll come in handy in solving some case sooner or later. That cheap looking box? You can't judge a person or a machine by their cover. You gotta look at their art.
Because machines have hearts, okay.
Yes. Clearly. Door. That's the door we just came in through. Looks like you don't need an ID card to get out. I wonder what would have happened if Mr. Officer Marshall cut the power while we were inside. Let's hope he remembers we're in here. That would be good if he remembered. Oh. What's this? Blood? It's a little worn, but there's definitely a handprint here. Looks like someone tried to wipe it off. Mr. Wright, what if there are other bloodstains left in the room? We should use her testing fluid to check it out. Okay, let me look through everything else first, though. Wow, someone must have broken something big to make all these pieces. Detective Gumshoe, perhaps? There you go, pal. Make me out to see some kind of hooligan. That's apparently from the case. The case? The SL9 incident, pal. See the sticker on one of the pieces there? Another piece of SL9 evidence. Take a closer look. Wonder what shape these pieces were in before whatever it was broke. You want to try to put it back together? Good luck, pal. That's no job for amateurs. Why, I spent a good 3 hours on that before I had to give up. That's why I always carry around a tube of glue. Well, this piece looks like the bottom. Let's try putting the rest in place. Yeah, we get to play puzzle.
She just happens to carry around a tube of glue with her.
I mean, she also carries around a luminol, whatever.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh, wait. Oh, dang it. I didn't mean to do that. I didn't mean to do that. Always press the wrong button. Okay. Take a closer look. Okay. So we need something that looks kind of like that. No. No. No? Okay. Okay. No. None of these look like... Wait, here, come on, up. Yeah, okay. Okay. No? No.
That looks like the see one side of it on the left.
Yeah.
Is a curve, so it might be
This
something
one?
on like top.
There we go, that one.
There you go.
Okay. So then this probably goes... Maybe not this piece, this one? Yeah. That one, okay. And then this one probably goes... Yeah, this one goes on this side. No, not... You turn it. You turn it. Come on, there we go. No? This one. No. This one. Okay.
Yes. Yeah, that's
Okay.
definitely...
Gotcha. Okay. Okay. This one. Yep. Okay. Don't think it's this one. No, it's this one. No. That way. Yeah. Okay. And go on. There we go. So it is missing one piece of it. Or like 2 pieces or something. Huh? Well, I think we did it, but some of the pieces are missing. Yeah, I got that far too. In 2 minutes myself. Almost finishing it. Were some pieces stolen? I bet they were missing to begin with. Still, it doesn't look like the most stable kind of jar. I kind of understand how it got broken. Okay, got a jar. Okay, let's do the paint. Okay, this is Saw Paint doing here. Since the dawn of time, true art has always been a war against operation. Okay, this is where he was working to make the blue badger. True art. I noticed that there's blue and yellow paint here. Perhaps we're witnessing the birthplace of the blue badger? Well, you might say this is my studio. Here, in the evidence room? Maybe not the best. Maybe not the best place for an art studio to be. Someone left a glove here, but only one. Left a gumshoe, maybe? There you go, that'll make me out to be some kind of absent-minded detective. That's evidence from the case, you know? You mean SL9? It does have a tag on it. Tagged evidence from the SL9 incident, extremely thin rubber glove. Okay. If you put these pieces together, it makes a jar. There are 2 things that bother me. 1, why are some of the pieces missing? 2, doesn't it seem a little unstable? No wonder it broke. I'll make sure to remember that next time I make a jar. Okay. Look, this one's open, and the red indicator light above the door is lit. That locker's coded with Detective Goodman's and fingerprints. Detective Goodman's locker? Are you sure it's okay to leave it open like that? Well, it'd be hard to get it open again if we closed it. It's empty. They must have taken the contents elsewhere. Okay, I think that's everything to look at. I just need to do the spray. Spray down. Okay. Spray down. Spray. We got that handprint.
What else are we gonna find?
That's what I'm wondering. I knew it. This is someone's right handprint. What? Yep, sure. It's obvious. What? What's the matter, detective? This locker. It's mine. It's yours. Please. You have to help me when they come to take me away. Promise you'll testify that I wouldn't harm a fly. You'll do that for me, won't you, pals? That's an important clue. I'll jot it down on the floor plans. I'm counting on you guys. Believe me, you can't trust the police. What? But you're a detective. That's reassuring.
You might be right. Maybe we can't trust the police in this case.
Yeah, maybe not. Okay, there's a bunch of blood here. That must have been one massive pool of blood. Never seen anything like it. I'm not a professional, but what's your opinion? What's your opinion, detective? Pale blue blood. Hey, Detective Goodman. Was actually an alien? This proves that something really happened in front of this locker. I'll make a note of it on the floor plans. Hey, if you didn't want my opinion, you shouldn't have asked. Okay. On the thingies. Whoops, no. So just those 2. Like, oh, just those. Okay. slide back. Talk to Gumshoe. Can we present him with what we found? Talk to him. Present this? Okay. Nope, nothing with that. Okay, can we talk about the locker thing? You can't open the lockers if your fingerprint doesn't match. You can open it. They'll give you 50 cents. Okay. After all, Detective Goodman is out here after opening his locker. At the same time, he was found dead over in the prosecutor's office. Okay, the jar? Let me just, okay, doesn't know, okay. Glove? Doesn't know. There's a lot of evidence. Okay, no, doesn't, okay. Okay, so I think that's all we can get from Gumshoe. Anything to talk to you about? Do you know anything about this? Okay, don't know anything about this. Jar? Locker? Nope. The floor plan? Nope, okay. Nothing important. Can we like examine stuff again? Because then he might tell us about it. Yeah. Look on the floor, it's a lasso. Looks like it's a trap something. I just roped me a steer with your lasso. What? It was a bellowing moo, pal, moo. Detective Gumshoe, I presume. Okay. You sure have a lot of monitors in here. There ain't cameras in the evidence room at all. Would for each section. Which monitor shows the section where the crime took place? Why do cows sit before the rain comes? It's not for man to know. Unless you're the security guard responsible. Yeah, it might be good if you knew. Look at this swinging door, just like a Wild West saloon. Ah, sorry, partner, but we're closed for the day. Huh? Y'all get along home now. I think Officer Marshall really wanted to be a Wild West bartender. I always wanted to say that. Right, okay. Cactus? This cactus sure is prickly. It must be real. Best keep your distance from Billy there. You're liable to get hurt. Billy? The cactus has a name? Billy, you're wearing a cowboy hat on your hand. My rawhide cow skin 10-gallon hat. I just picked that up, but Billy took a fancy to it. Looks like it got stuck on the spines and he couldn't get it off. A leather jacket, leather pants, and a leather... Those aren't pants, those are chaps. And that's a poncho up there. Aha, poncho. Sure looks cool, but the name is a little silly. Okay. The titles went. Evidence room is beyond that door. I turned on the card reader. Go have yourself a ball, partners. And I have the ID card. Real ID card. Let's get this investigation started already. Okay, we already went there, so everything's fine with that. Okay. So, what exactly do we have? We have the fucking evidence. He didn't have anything to tell us about the new evidence we got. Wait, okay, no. Looks like because we need to find the other ID stuff. So we found out Edgeworth, the second one on the list. Okay, principal entrance. Here? No, okay. No, wait, no, that's what we wanted. Okay. Detention center, yeah. Can we present this to him? The thing. Officer Meekins, could you take a look at this? Sorry, sir, wait, sir, I have no idea what this is. Maybe you should ask Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Okay, no. Meekins, can you help at all? Okay. Officer Meekins really don't know nothing. Okay, are we talking about anything? No. Okay, beacons is not helpful. Okay, underground parking lot. Hi. Can we... Or did I miss something in the evidence room? I feel like I may have did. Okay. Anything about this? No, okay. So I think I missed something in the evidence room. Cause I'm stupid. Wait. Oh, we can see Edgeworth. Go see Edgeworth. Alright, February 23rd. High Prosecutor's Office Room 102. Well, this place is classy as today as it was yesterday. And I'm sure it'll still be just as classy tomorrow, Emma. Incidentally, Edward's not here. I'm sure he's off doing important investigations. I hope that's what he's doing. I guess we'll have to come back. Do we? Can we look at stuff? He won such a prestigious award. Why would he just leave it on the couch? Yeah, you'd think he'd want to show this thing off more than that giant steel samurai. Then again, Edgeworth has always been like that. Really? Hey, I should write this down. Tell me what he was like as a kid. Back in elementary school, he won awards for all kinds of things. Speech contests, essays, playing the flute, golf tournaments. That doesn't exactly sound like typical elementary school stuff. But he always hated receiving awards. He'd make some smart remark like, I know the path I've walked. No one else needs to tell me. That's how he's always been. Kind of gets under your skin, doesn't it? Fancy. Well, let's check the seasons. Lucky child advocate. Okay. Yeah. Worked as quite tidy as okay. Okay, I don't think this has anything to do with. Oh, can we look actually here? Okay, no. I was thinking maybe he would have a thing with the SL9 thing, but guess not. Great, helpful. So I think I probably missed something in the stupid thing. Evidence room. Examine. I need to spray more. Maybe I need to spray more. No? What am I missing? Gumshoe? No. I don't think I have anything else to show Gumshoe. Look at this again? I don't know. No, we already did that. Okay. I didn't have any notes about anything. Let's go. Can you talk? Can we talk? Well, where should we begin? Oh, is now we should begin with the mystery of the victim, I guess. How could one man, Detective Goodman, be killed in two places simultaneously? We see. We should go to the police department. The evidence room with it? Okay. Any ideas? Poor Mr. Edgeworth. Where do I go? there was that business with him not reading that officer's report. About the killing at the police department, right? Chief policeman was right about that. I can't help but think someone at the police department doesn't like Edgeworth.
No kidding.
Yeah. Oh, I can look at my badge. Little badge. I don't need to look at that. Can we look at... Wait, can we check these? Maybe that's what we need to do? That might be smart. Tag says SL911. I guess this is not a piece of evidence for the case. You know, I never did care for the word tag. It's confusing. Huh? What's so confusing about that? Do you know how many other words sound like that? Bag, gag, nag, lag, sad. Sad. Is that a word? Do you challenge me? What, are we playing a word game now? Okay. So many look at shit. Lol. No? Okay. Very helpful. So, 2 blood signs we can see. So we know Miles Edgeworth, Bruce Goodman. I feel like we have to talk to Meekins. Like, he should be like, look at the numbers and be like, is one of these numbers yours? I don't know what I'm missing. Just go through everything. Okay. Yeah, we already did that. Okay, so I already know about this. I am completely lost.
So what did our assistant over here say? That we needed to go basically identify Goodman?
Yeah, it had to be something. Yeah.
Do we have any evidence that we could use to prove who the person that the megaphone dude, Meekin or whatever the heck his name is? Do we have any way of proving or disproving who the person who pointed the knife at the guy was, that Meekin was?
Oh wait, we could show him the ID? The ID!
Yeah, if we show him the ID, we say, hey, is this the guy you saw?
The department tries to move. No, just go somewhere else so I can go to the detention center. Okay, present ID, the ID. Do you think you could take a look at this? Hey. That's it, sir, that's it. That's what? I was a blank until this very moment. Sir, now I remember, sir. You mean you remember what happened? Okay, that card was the cause of it all. Okay. But he doesn't look at the picture. That's simply it. Nothing could have been more exact, sir. Better pry into this a little deeper. Yeah. So we already went through that. Uh,
Maybe show him the jar, maybe? See if he knows
the
anything about
jar.
that? Okay. Guess
No.
not. Have you spoken to Edgeworth about that? Maybe?
He's not in his office.
Oh, is he maybe being disciplined or whatever right now? I can
Yeah.
believe it. He didn't even read it.
Yeah, no, okay. I don't know where I'm going or what I need to do.
So what are the latest pieces of evidence that we have? Goodman's ID, a jar with a piece missing, and what else?
We got the glove. Oh, yeah, the jar is missing a piece. We have just evidence locker stuff. The floor plans. And we have the ID card record, and we also have Goodman's lost item report.
What's the significance of the Goodman lost item report?
Just because I don't know, something about him losing an item.
Did we ask the chief of police about the missing item report?
Maybe? Well, maybe that's what I'm trying to think. Maybe. Can I talk to you? No, it's nothing different. Can I?
Is he not even here?
Because he's the one who like gave it to us, or like he was like, "Oh, we didn't need this because it wasn't even finished."
Okay. What's that plushy doll sitting on the shelf? Is that significant on the windows?
No.
Okay. Could you maybe take the jar and show that to to what's his face, the cowboy dude?
To like Marshall?
Yeah.
Try.
For it. I feel like putting that jar together and finding that missing piece or showing it to somebody who has the missing piece is the next step. I mean, we went through the trouble of assembling the thing and we didn't really get anything for it, did we?
No, not really.
Hmm.
Okay. I think because everything else it said something about, like when we talked to her, she said about the evidence room. So I'm gonna try the blood checky thing again because I'm just like, it has to be. Because we've already talked to everybody, so I'm like, it has to be something that I'm missing. No, that's not what I want to check. I don't want to check it, I want to use it. What? Do I?
Can we not use it unless we're prompted to do so, maybe?
Okay, now we get started.
There we go.
So we got one.
Did you look at the blood in the floor?
Yeah, we already did that. Just check all the other lockers. Paint. Go over to the other side. Oh, there we go. There we go. Okay. Another handprint.
Whose locker is that?
Don't know. Another right hand, it looks like. Why am I getting a reaction here? There's no reason for the murderer to touch this spot if he fled out the door. This just may be something significant. Hey, that's some pretty amazing stuff you got there, pal. What this? Oh, what this? It's called luminol testing fluid. Where'd you get your hands on that? Huh? I'd like to get some too. I'll just borrow 50 bucks from the chief. Where do you get this from, Emma? I always buy it by mail order. Well, I'd better jot this down on the floor plans. Hey, pal, look at the time. Was there something you need to be going to? It's just that Mr. Edgeworth's inquiry committee should be letting out soon. I'm going to go give them my report for the day. What the hell is that? It might help, you know. But report? You mean the note written on the back of that flyer? The one that says nothing but no problems? Hey, it's Mr. Edgeworth we're talking about. I'm sure he can use a report like this. I believe in him. Who needs enemies when you've got friends like Detective Gumshoe? Moth pal, later. Very helpful, Gumshoe. Shall I see what okay, so now we can go see Edgeworth. Hooray. Okay. Oh, no, not examine, move. Yeah, here, and then go to the prosecutor's office. Okay. Here we go. Hey, Bellboy. Oh, guess, my apologies. Oh, it's you. Have we met somewhere? Huh? Mr. Edgeworth, I beg your leave so long. Is Edgeworth here? There, standing by the window, a teacup in his hand. Oh. Right. He has the hotel bring him tea service? Mr. Edgeworth, you're back from the district prosecutor's office inquiry? I am. By the way, Detective Gumshoe was looking Detective Gumshoe was looking for you. Ah, yes, he brought me the latest information, it seems. Really? Was it helpful? Apparently, a new French restaurant is opening near here. I think he was trying to console me somehow. The real info is on the other side, Edgeworth. Poor Mr. Edgeworth, I think this whole thing is really taking a toll on him. Hey, buddy. How'd the inquiry go? So how did the inquiry committee go? Actually, they said not to treat this not as a case of concealing evidence, but as a communications error during the investigation. Concealing evidence? Yes, apparently there are some who believe that I concealed evidence. They gave me a warning. You were lucky this time. Again. Again? I've heard them say that so many times, ever since that case 2 years ago. Can somebody tell us about the case? Are you okay for the trial tomorrow? Well, I'm still prosecuting attorney, however. Something happened? They gave control of the investigation over to the police department. So the police department? Yes, any further investigation for this case will be directed by the chief of police, Gat. I can do nothing but wait for his results. I see. Why, I ask you, why? All along, I've done only what I believe is right. I have nothing to be ashamed of. But still. Wow, I've never seen him this out of sorts. Anyway. I have stuff to show you. No, we're just gonna go down the line. Prosecutor's case. You don't expect me to sit here and discuss the case with your cup of tea. I'll pass on the tea. Just tell me about the case. It's right. Okay. Maybe I just show him my best evidence I can get some reaction out of him. Okay. Oh. This. Oh, right. I'd better check this now. As I was saying, What's this? A record of ID card usage. Edgeworth, you went into the evidence room that day, didn't you? Just before the incident occurred, no less. Yes, that's true. Why, Mr. Edgeworth? Please don't look at me like that. I was asked to go. Met Chief Gant, no less. The chief of police? He wanted evidence for a case that wrapped up half a year ago. A116. He told me he wanted me to keep it here in the prosecutor's office. But it was solved, right? It would have to be if the evidence was already filed. The chief is never one to explain himself. In any case, on the day of the stabbings, I brought this back here. Can I ask what kind of case it was? I can't say. It really has nothing to do with the current case. Now I'm curious about this other case. I better make a note of it. Evidence from past case of Edgeworth's brought back to his office by Gant's request. A116. Stupid as always. I told you this has nothing to do with the current case.
Remember the last time we said that nothing had that didn't have anything to do with the current case, and you got like in serious trouble just now for it? Just throw that out there.
Okay, so is jar? No, nothing about the jar. The bloodstain stuff? No, okay. Oh no, this is the bloodstain stuff. Okay, nope, nothing about that. This? No, not good. I don't think he needs information from these evidence. Nope, nothing. Oh, okay, he's gonna tell us about things. He must be talking about his father's murder in that elevator. Okay, Edgeworth, why don't you tell me about it? Tell me the truth. Okay, so now we are talking about, the allegations of forgery. Okay. The Cell 9 incident was a heinous serial killing case. The head of the investigation was the deputy of chief of police at the time, Damon Gant. That wacky old coon was involved in the case 2 years ago too then. He was a top officer, and it was my first time working with him. I was nervous. Wow, you get nervous too, Mr. Edgeworth? What I want to know is why was a deputy chief of police on the investigation? In truth, I used slightly more extreme methods than normal. We were dealing with a vicious murderer. If I let him go, the blood would be on my hands. We won our guilty verdict, and the killer was executed. Wait, you didn't? Of course not. I didn't touch the evidence. Yes, I will do anything in my power to win a trial. However, I do have a code, and I follow it faithfully. By the way, Emma, the chief prosecutor wanted to know something. My sister? What? If you were still studying forensic science... Huh? Yes, of course. Why, just today, Mr. Wright and I were using this. Luminol testing fluid. Well done. You might have use for this. Aluminum powder for taking fingerprints. It's been chemically tested for better adhesion. For me? Are you sure? We are the enemy, you know. I've no say in today's investigation. As you will. Edgeworth, I'm really no need to thank me. Here, take your powder and these fingerprint files for everyone involved. Thanks. How about giving these to Detective Gumshoe as well? No.
Oh, the detectives in this case, clearly.
Yeah. Well, let's get going. One last investigation. Right. I do seem to remember seeing a suspicious handprint somewhere. Yeah, I saw a few. Okay. Back to the other place, the entrance, and then we go to the guard station, and then we go into the evidence room, and then, okay, February 29th, evidence room, Sector 3. Investigation turned up a suspicious handprint. That one in particular. Here, in this blood on the detective's evidence locker. Let's use the secret weapon we just borrowed. Alright. Right, let's get started. First, choose a finger. Each finger leaves behind a slightly different imprint. So let's choose the finger that we'll have left behind the clearest print. I really can't tell the difference at a glance. Quit procrastinating and choose a finger. I guess the pointer? Okay, now it's time to check for prints. Let me show you how it's done. Emma's starting to get that sparkle in her eyes. First, we sprinkle the aluminum powder around. Huh? How do you... Oh, press with enter, see? Oh, okay. Ah, it looks like that did the trick. Aluminum powder adheres completely to the print. Once the powder is well spread, just blow away the excess. Huh? How do I do that? With E! Exciting, I know. Imagine you're blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. See? Wow, that looks like fun. Might take some getting used to though. It's fine, it won't go up your nose or anything. You just pour the powder on thick and blow away the extra. Those are the basics of fingerprinting, Mr. Wright. I guess I'd better give it a try. Okay. Cocaine. Okay. Ah, you did it. You found one. But this looks like nothing like a fingerprint. Now that you mention it, I guess it doesn't. What does it mean? I think it means we're out of luck. Out of luck. The person who left this handprint must have worn gloves. Don't tell me we've been wasting our time here. Hey, calm down. That's just the way it goes sometimes with scientific investigations. But it does seem a shame. While we're at it, why don't we look for other prints? Other prints. Looking at the locker door again closely. The thumb? Seems like there are fingerprints outside the bloody handprints as well. Let's see if we can find a clear print. Fingerprints outside the blood. Oh. Here? This thing? This little mark? Okay. Hey! We got a fingerprint! Oh, wait. Do I have to fill it up a bit more?
Near the bottom.
Give it a good little... Like enough? Okay, alright. Yay, a print so clear is dazzling. Dazzling. Anyway, this print took a lot of effort to find. Let's smash it up right away. So we're not done yet, this is quite a process. Well, there's no point in finding a fingerprint and not knowing who the owner is, right? Guess she's right. Look at the fingerprint data we got from Mr. Edgeworth. And point out the person you think left those prints. Oh yeah, so Edgeworth gave us another thing. Huh? How am I supposed to know who it is? I can make a pretty good guess. The bloody handprint and the fingerprints are in different places, right? That means that the prints probably don't have anything to do with our case. So, whose fingerprints would be most likely to find on evidence locker? Oh, Gumshoe. Yeah, okay.
That's Gumshoe.
Yeah. So, this doesn't have anything to do with the case. It's just kind of a tutorial, I guess. Match found! Hooray! Aha! So these prints belong to Detective Gumshoe. Something wrong, Miss Wright? You gave me this so what look. I guess that's probably because I was thinking so what. Okay, so you came up with nothing this time, but there's always next time. Sometimes you hit sometimes you miss. You gotta roll with the punches, Mr. Wright. Thanks for the sympathy. Wait, if I remember correctly, there was one other handprint in this room. Let's check it out. Okay. So we go to this one. Over here. This is where we got a luminol fluid reaction, right? Right. There was a handprint here. Okay. Want to try using this? There goes her eye sparkling again. Yep, check for prints. Okay, let's check for prints. That's weird. Oh, I have to warn you about something first. What? The area with the blood was wiped away, right? We only ended up finding it using chemical means. Any prints in that area will have been wiped away too. Oh, right. So that means no prints. Would you say the probability of your hypothesis is high? Don't ask me. Anyway, we must try to find prints that weren't wiped away. Prints other than the ones left by the bloody hand. Okay. Oh. I don't... There's nothing, like, indicating... I don't... Hello?
Yeah, I don't see anything either.
Because usually it would light up yellow.
maybe it's just on the left side where the
handle
index
is?
and the thumb would be.
Oop.
No, I mean like the print
This...
could maybe be there. Yeah, the print could maybe still be there. It just doesn't light up Lumino. Yeah, right there. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Like, what?
Because the person who left the fingerprint didn't have blood in that part of their hand.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, because then the blood would have been wiped away. Yeah. But maybe that part of the print didn't get wiped. Because it wasn't noticeable. Boop. Teeny tiny little thing. I gave it my best shot. That kind of result won't be any good for matching prints, will it? But it doesn't look like we'll get a clear result from this print. Okay, let's try a different finger then. Okay. So... this one? I don't know which one we did. I was just like clicking around.
This is the index.
Okay.
Finger, hopefully.
I just don't know if I hit the index one or the pinky one. So...
this is someone's right hand, right?
I think so, yeah. Okay, here we go. So... can I... how do I... hello? Oh, okay, like this. Marshall!
That's a match, it looks
That
like.
looks like Detective Marshall. Hey, these fingerprints, whose are they? Whose? Is it someone I know? It's Officer Marshall. Huh? Officer Jake Marshall? That's got to be a coincidence. He's not involved in the crime. Emma. This is decidedly different from Detective Gumshoe's prints. Nominal reaction. The blood and the fingerprints are in the same place. Oh, because it's also a right hand. Oh. So we have Jake Marshall's fingerprints on a wiped bloodstain. Very suspicious. But why would Officer Marshall... it looks like our investigation is finally turning up some results. I guess this is what you'd call decisive evidence. I don't believe it. Is that the end of the investigation? Okay. That's the end of the investigation part. Okay. Get into the trial again. Should I say your process, please? That took way too long to get through all of that. February 24th, 9:41 a.m., District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. So, what do you think, Mr. Wright? I think the prosecution is as confused as we are. After all, the victim was murdered in 2 different places at the same time. And a different suspect was arrested at each of the crime scenes. Lana! Good morning, Mr. Wright. I apologize for yesterday. I was indisposed. I hope they didn't hold you too long for questioning. We just finished, actually. I'm used to all-nighters, though. So, how'd it go? It's as Mr. Wright suspects. The police are clueless. I figured as much, so I struck a plea bargain. A plea bargain? What do you mean by that? We agreed that if I told them the truth behind this simultaneous murder, they wouldn't seek capital punishment. That's what I mean, Emma. But Lana, don't tell me you... Much to my regret, I'm as much in the dark about this as they are. Miss Sky. We found the trace evidence of a certain person in the police department's evidence room. They belong to Officer Jake Marshall. What kind of trace evidence? Blood-stained fingerprints, to be exact. That's the trump card I have up my sleeve today. You do understand what this means, don't you? In order to defend my sister, you're going to accuse Mr. Marshall? We have to play the cards we're dealt. Isn't that right, Miss Sky? Do what you have to, Mr. Wright. Alright. February 24th, 10 a.m., District Court, Courtroom Number 9. Here we are. Court is now in session for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. The defense is ready, Your Honor. The prosecution is... I'm afraid you'll have to clarify. It takes 30 minutes by car to reach the police department from the prosecutor's office. Yet the victim, Bruce Goodman, was slain at both places at the same time. But that's not physically possible, is it? What's more, here the victim from the evidence room disappeared. Yes, and the body eventually reappeared in the trunk of Mr. Edgeworth's car. Wow, this is one messed up trial. One of my duties as prosecutor is to present impartial evidence. Today I will present evidence relating to the murder at the police department. In doing so, I believe the way in which we should proceed will reveal itself. Now that's what sets Mr. Edgeworth apart. He sounds so on top of things, even though he doesn't know what's going on himself. And that's supposed to be an admirable trait. Very well, let's resume. On the day of the crime, what exactly transpired at the police department? Mr. Edgeworth, you may call your first witness of the day to stand. For its first witness, the prosecution calls the suspect of the murder that occurred at the police department. The suspect? You mean the so-called murderer? Yes, Mr. Police. Oh boy. Things are getting wild from the get-go. Officer Meekins. There he is. Will the witness please state his name and occupation? Yes, sir. I'm Officer Mike Meekins, sir. My occupation is, that would be murder, sir. So you're telling us you're a professional killer? Sir, it was me, sir. I'm the one who did it. I'll never kill anyone again, so you have to leave me, sir. Actually, what? Sir, what do you call part of the younger generation, sir? Person whose actions adults can't possibly comprehend. Please, Mr. Edgeworth, sir. Help me, sir. Officer Meekins. Yes, sir. Give us your report of the crime. Consider that in order. Yes, sir, as you wish. After all, I am part of a generation that must be told what to do, sir. You don't fault him for a lack of enthusiasm. Okay, crime report, sir. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence room that day. I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. And I was suddenly attacked. I fought for my life. Then I did it. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake. Okay, but like, if you did the killing, where's the body?
Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah, when you have like blood on you, like not just from your hand, and like wouldn't you like wouldn't the body still just be there?
Yeah, exactly.
If you just passed out.
He would have been covered in blood. If you stab somebody and you kill somebody and you like hit a major artery or something, you're gonna be covered in blood.
Mm-hmm. It also brings into question what happens with the cameras. So the victim, Detective Goodman, attacked you? Do unto others before they do unto you. That's the Meekins family motto, sir. I see, then you fainted and had a colleague help you regain consciousness. Yes, sir, he knocked me upside the head, sir. Very well. Let's may begin its cross-examination. What I need here is more information to work with. Okay. Just question him everything. Although it's not my normal duty, I was assigned to guard the evidence from the day. But why? That's very weird. Mr. Meekins, you work in the General Affairs Department, do you not? Yes, sir. I'm in charge of hiring new recruits, sir. Yikes. Now there's a scary thought. Evidence transfer was taking place the day of the crime, which meant many officers were given special tasks not ordinarily performed. I was in charge of guarding the Blue Badger, sir. The Blue Badger? Yes, sir. The lovely police mascot created by the Chief of Detectives, sir. Yeah, that thing. I wish to ensure it wasn't broken during the transfer process. That was my sole mission for the day, sir. I see. Sounds like a very, important mission. After the award ceremony finished that day, there were so many people running around that I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. Oh, that's why you went to the evidence room. Tell us, what did you see when you got there? I spotted a suspicious man on the security screen and rushed into the room. In order to enter the evidence room, you need an ID card, am I correct?
Precisely, sir. I have one right here on my neck.
So then, your ID number should be listed on here, right?
There it is. I found it. This is the one right here.
Could you please read us the number?
Yes, sir. It's 4989596. That's my number, sir.
I see. Huh. The number 4989596 is shown as being used twice. Dun 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 dun! Please explain, witness. That means somebody entered it twice, which doesn't make sense. Who entered twice? Or who entered one the other time?
Probably the killer.
I guess so. It's no real mystery, sir. First time when I relocated the Blue Badger to the evidence room. And the second time is when I went to go get him after everything settled down. Okay, so he put it away at this time at 4:50. Then he came back to bring it back out again at 5:14. Okay. I see, so it was during that second time when...
Yes, sir, that was when I was spotted the man on the security screen.
Okay.
I was only doing what I was trained to do, sir. I was suddenly attacked.
So you were attacked. Can you please tell us exactly what happened to you?
It was a knife, sir, a knife.
Detective Gumshoe pulled a knife on you? Or Goodman, not Gumshoe. Detective Goodman pulled a knife on you. What happened then?
Well, with me charging in on him like that, he looked as surprised as I was.
You aren't exactly the kind of person someone would want to run into.
That's when I reacted, sir. I swung my arms like an octopus, struggling to detain him. That's how I got this scratch on my hand.
Maybe if you just keep your cool, your hand wouldn't be...
When I saw the blood trickling down my arm, I panicked. I grabbed the man by his collar. Fought for my life, then I did it.
What'd you do? What exactly do you mean when you say you did it?
I know I don't look the type, but I'm really into kung fu films, sir. The man let his guard down for just an instant, so I snatched his knife from him.
You took his knife?
I spun him around and performed a disarming maneuver. I made sure to close my eyes like a man.
Close your eyes like a man? Okay.
See, he must have been desperate. The next thing I knew, his white coat was drenched in the sea of my blood, and then the next thing I knew...
Yes?
He punched me right in my face, sir. After that, I passed out until another officer smacked me awake.
So you didn't kill him? At what time did you regain consciousness?
No offense, sir, but how am I supposed to know that? I was unconscious.
Oh, right. According to the report from the officer that woke up the witness, it was about 5:30.
Hit me right in the head, too. I woke up crying tears of pain.
That's nice. It's nice that you recovered, that is.
When I came around, though, I made sure to finish my mission, sir.
Your mission?
Yes, sir, the Blue Badger, sir. I returned him to the entrance before things got out of hand.
Well, we can all rest easy now. I believe we now have a fairly accurate picture of what happened. Yes, Your Honor, only one thing remains unclear. Was the man this officer murdered really the victim?
He's got a point.
Yes, Officer Meekins.
With regard to that, sir, take a look at this. It was sent to my jail cell. Chief Gantz delivered it to me just this morning, sir.
Oh, Chief delivered it? What is that? Videotape?
Yes, sir, that's absolutely right, sir. A videotape, sir. It contains footage from the security camera in the evidence room.
What? But I specifically asked if there was such a tape, and I was told it had been mistakenly erased. That's quite a mistake.
I just do what I'm told, sir. It's the only thing I'm really good at.
Looks like communication with the police department is as good as ever. Well then, let's have a look. Show us the video of you murdering the victim.
Oh, please stop using that word, murder, sir. It scares me.
A video of a real murder? Just what are we getting ourselves into? Hi.
It's scarier than a murder, if you ask me.
Yeah, and so they couldn't turn it off because it doesn't really turn off until the battery dies. Oh, there's a person. I walk by. And can't see his face. Glove fell out.
Convenient, really
Very convenient. And then here comes Officer Meekins being like, hey, what's going on here? And then go over here. Hey, what are you doing? Oh! Try to slash him. Oh! Turn him against there. Meekins got blood on his shoulder. And then, of course, it goes over this way. And go back. And he's on the ground, passed out.
Man, clearly Meekin murdered somebody. I don't know what you're talking about.
And, where did the other guy go? Well, I believe we're all thinking the same thing. How can we deal with these unsettling feelings stirring within us? What the hell was that wriggling piece of plywood? Oh, the freaking...
Sir, that is the pride and joy of the entire criminal affairs department, sir. It's the Blue Badger, sir.
Why am I not surprised this isn't going smoothly? Okay. Yes, well, anyway, this tape seems to prove that the witness did indeed encounter, someone in the evidence room in some sort of Tibby. Your Honor, instead of relying on clearly incomplete footage, the witness's testimony will suffice. Is that alright with you, Officer Meekins?
Yes, sir, as you wish, sir.
Okay. Mystery Man. Tell us about Mystery Man.
His face couldn't be clearly seen in the video, but there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir. I mean, he opened the locker, which required Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do. Locker he opened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir. So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
Okay. What's this about a fingerprint? Each detective has been given a locker equipped with a fingerprint-activated lock. These locks ensure that each locker can only be opened by the detective it belongs to. Intriguing. That would mean the victim at the crime scene would have to have been Detective Goodman. Very well, defense may begin its cross-examination. I don't know where this cross-examination will lead, but everything begins with contradictions. That's where I have to start. Okay, Mystery Man. Mystery Man. Oh, I need to bring that back up. His face couldn't be clearly seen in the video. Tell me, were you able to get a good look at him? At the face of the man who attacked you with a knife?
So, sir, if you must label people as having seen or not seen the man's face, I believe I would be classified as the latter?
The latter? But you were sitting right in front of him, were you not? More to the point, are you the person who fought him, aren't you? You're the person who fought.
Oh, yes, sir, but I didn't get a clear look at his face, sir. I mean, I'm not the kind of guy who looks directly at people when talking to them, you see.
Yeah, that's a good trait for a police officer.
Still, I'm sure it was him. I'd bet my badge on it.
Well, then you would lose your badge.
But there's no question that the other person was Detective Goodman, sir.
But you don't know that for sure, do you? You never actually saw Detective Goodman's face.
Well, I suppose you might say that. That is, if you must label people as seeing seen or not seen it.
Since his face can't be verified in the video, only you can verify it.
Why is everyone looking at me? I had to label your stares as disturbing or...
Meekins. Having been shown a questionable video at best, we are not in the best of moods. Now please be more certain when you testify.
Yes, sir.
You claim the man who brandished a knife on you was Bruce Goodman. Tell us why you are positive it was him.
I mean, he opened the locker door, which requires Detective Goodman's fingerprints to do.
Okay. About these lockers, is there no other way to open them?
No, sir. I've myself tried all kinds of methods in the past. They only respond to registered fingerprints, sir.
I wonder what kind of methods he's tried. If the man opened the locker's lock, which only responds to his registered fingerprints, then he must be the person the locker was assigned to.
Solely my point, sir, and this too. Locker reopened is unquestionably Detective Goodman's locker, sir.
How do you know that information?
I've heard rumors, sir, from the people in the know, sir.
People in the know?
The workers in the department cafeteria, sir, they keep me informed. They also listen to my romantic troubles, sir.
For the record, the open locker did indeed belong to Detective Goodman. I verified this information through a more reliable source. So the victim opened the locker with his own fingerprint.
So it must be him. No one else could have unlocked it.
However, the most important detail is not shown in this video, the man's face.
Sir, if I may say something, sir?
Please do. After all, you are the one being examined.
I don't understand why the man's face is so important to this case, sir. I mean, it was his hand that opened the fingerprint lock. And it was his hand that tried to thrust his knife into my body, sir. My unsettled state can testify enough to this, sir.
Yes, you do have a point. The footage doesn't lie. That is, unless the defense can find a problem with it.
Mr. Wright, let's check the court record again.
Is there a problem with the security video? I mean, a million?
Yeah.
Regarding the video containing on this tape. Hold on, I'm gonna save, because I'm probably gonna fuck this up. Regarding the video contained on this tape, there is one thing in particular that seems rather strange.
Strange?
This contradiction leads to the possibility that the man may not have been Detective Goodman.
What?
This video contains such a contradiction? Interesting. Your Honor, I have a proposal. Yes, Mr. DeWorth? I propose we have the defense point out to us this alleged contradiction in the video.
He would want me to point it out.
Very well, proposal accepted. Let us further inspect this piece of evidence. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of.
I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. You can do it, Mr. Wright. It's set up so you can fast forward, rewind, or pause the video. Just take a good look and be sure to point out the right thing. Please don't play it too many times. I can't stand watching this video.
How did this guy ever become a police officer?
No, then Mr. Wright, please enlighten us.
Where is the contradiction that indicates... Oh, okay. Thank you. Yeah, that's the right time. Okay. Make sure the time's right. Okay. So... this guy comes in. He opens the locker, and the glove falls. Meekins shows up. He... yep. Okay, but where is he?
So it didn't skip ahead or anything.
No.
I don't know, where's the contradiction in the video?
Well, there's no blood stain.
There's a fingerprint on his face. There's a fingerprint on the dude's face.
On this guy?
Yeah, don't you see it? Isn't it a fingerprint? Below his... yeah, right there. On him. Yeah.
Oh.
Right below his right eye. Or, well, I guess it would be his left eye.
This?
Right. Yeah.
The thing that's strange about the video would have to be this. Wait a second. I need to use my eye drops. Well, I don't get it. Would you mind if I rubbered your eye medicine? Don't look at me with those blurry eyes. Before your eyes get too perhaps you should think this through again. Now what do I do? Okay, play the video again. Very well. Let's try this again. Just remember one thing, Mr. Wright. Every time you point your finger, someone gets hurt. Says the one pointing his finger at us. Okay. I will now play the security tape. Mr. Wright, please show us this contradiction you speak of. I have to point out a problem in the video. This is the first time I've ever had to do that. Okay. Okay, so what is it we're looking for exactly? Now then, Mr. Wright, please enlighten us. Where is the contradiction that indicates the man may not be Detective Goodman? Okay, so we need
to go after the flag when it covers his face when he opens the locker. Or it would be the glove. Here's a theory. I think the reason that the person who supposedly is a detective is able to open the locker because that glove thingy has the fingerprint of the detective. That makes sense?
Yeah.
No, okay, it falls out of there.
Okay, yeah. But could that have been done to jam the thing?
Prevent it from closing?
Yeah.
Possibly. I mean, I would either go with the glove or I would go with the flag that's covering the guy's face.
Present. Try the glove. The thing is, it's gotta be this. That's right. Should you seem unsure about this? What could it mean? Sounds right, Mr. Wright, but you seem to have forgotten the point of this exercise. Point? What you're looking for is one thing, and one thing only. Something that indicates this man may not be Detective Goodman. Oh, yeah. Okay. I'll place him on your wrister. No. Rats, you slow down. Okay. Play tape again. Okay. Try this again.
I'd go for the flag that the Blue Badger dude's holding as it goes over the guy's face when he opens the locker.
Yeah.
Extremely conveniently placed flag.
No.
No?
Nope. Okay.
Okay. What about before the locker gets opened? Is there anything suspicious about the locker before it gets opened?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Okay. Okay. Fast forward a bit. Oh, the light! The light! The light was on! That means it's open!
Oh.
It has got to be this. Officer Meekins. Sir, do you mean me, sir? As I understand it, the locker apparatus works like this. When you grab the handle, a sensor reads your fingerprint if it's a match. The light turns on and the locker is released. According to my very limited experience, that's the way I understand it, sir. If so, then something is seriously wrong with this picture. Okay, save.
No, not the music. No!
Yep. Light's on already. When the victim reached for the handle to open the locker, let's rewind it a little earlier. Oh my god. This is taking forever. Yeah, the light's already on. Here, notice the light. What's this? It's already lit. Precisely my point, Your Honor. The locker was already open before the victim grabbed the handle. Order! What's the meaning of this? It's very simple, Your Honor. The locker was locked on the day of the crime. But the locker locks are controlled by an electronic system. When a door is shut, a sensor is triggered, and the locker is automatically locked. Oh, I know, it must have broken down. Of course, I'm not an expert on this. That's not likely, Your Honor. The sensors will detect and report any malfunction. Oh well, it just goes to show novices should keep their mouth shut. So then, Mr. Wright, do you have an explanation? Me, Your Honor? Yes. Why was the locker locked? Me, Your Honor. Yes, well, you see, this isn't exactly my field. What do you think, Miss Scientific Investigator? Huh? Oh, maybe something like jam the system sensor? Something jam the sensor? Say, there's something else in that seems out of place in this video. Yeah, I thought so too. There's gotta be another clue somewhere in the video footage. Okay, very well, it's okay. The glove. You can't really see it, so go ahead and play it a bit. Wait for him to open it. And boop. Look up. Please watch closely. This is a continuation of the part I showed you earlier. Oh my god. What's this? Something white fell out of the locker.
But sir, it's been my experience that things fall out when doors are opened. I have to fall out and roll great distances when I open my...
Okay. We can't be sure that item was completely inside the locker to begin with.
What do you mean?
Sensor triggers the lock when the door is shut. What if something was inserted, say, between the sensor and the door?
Inserted?
Oh my god, again. It's playing a video again. Come on, go faster. Faster.
At least the music isn't playing, okay?
Boop. This white thing wasn't inside the locker. It was stuck between the door and the sensor.
Oh, I understand, sir. I understand now, sir. Just like my tie. 2 out of 3 times it gets stuck in the door when I get out of my patrol vehicle, sir. Instead of the door closing, my tie chokes me.
The object would have to be extremely thin to fit in the door. Not only that, it would have to block electronical currents. Just like a rubber glove. It would need to be an insulator. Yes, an insulator, but at the crime scene, there just might have been something that fits the description.
But sir, by insulator, you don't mean...
I think I finally got this figured out.
Very well. Will the defense please present their relevant evidence? What was this insulator that was stuck between the freaking glove?
My glove. I found this near the locker, a thin rubber glove. Do a little saving, because... my god. Okay. But we can't be sure that it was in the victim's locker. It has a tag that says SL9 incident. The video seems to depict the victim opening the locker. But that isn't the case. The lit lamp attests to this. On the day of the crime, even I could have opened that locker. Is that not so, Officer Meekins?
Sir, it would appear so, sir.
Order! So we are to believe then that the victim, whom this witness stabbed in the evidence room, was not Detective Goodman? Do not be misled, Your Honor. What do you mean, Mr. Edgeworth? The defense has merely demonstrated that possibility, and nothing more. The victim in the video was indeed Bruce Goodman. The prosecution will offer one more testimony to prove this. What? Officer Meekins, please testify about this.
Me, sir.
I'm not sure what you're referring to, sir.
Oh, you mean that, sir? Of course, sir.
Is this a joke? I wish it was. Very well, begin your testimony.
There's one other thing that proves the man was Detective Goodman, sir. The evidence room, one must have their ID card. When an ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used this card.
An ID card record. I see. I have the ID card record right here, Your Honor. The ID used at 5:14 is that of the victim. Just before the crime? Yes, without a doubt, this is the victim's ID. However, one thing does strike me as unusual. Several hundred cases should have been due for transferal. Why were there so few people using this room? This particular evidence room is only used for storing certain special cases. Special cases? Extremely violent cases and cases involving police staff. Just hearing that makes my hair stand on end. Me too, although it doesn't make much of a difference. Because his hair is already spiky. There were only a few cases up for transfer there, and most were cleared up by noon. Right, I see. Now let us move on to the cross-examination. Mystery Man number 2.
There's one other thing that proves a man was Detective Goodman, sir. On anniversary, you must use their ID card.
Is that card hanging from your neck one of these ID cards?
Yes, sir. This card right next to my cuff, sir. I keep it here so I won't ever forget it.
But what if someone were to steal it from you, keeping it out in the open like that?
Maybe I shouldn't wear it around my neck. Remember when I said 2 out of 3 times my tie gets stuck when I get out of my car? Well, the remaining time it's my ID card that gets stuck. Instead of the door closing, my ID chokes me.
Maybe I should leave this one alone. At any rate, each police officer has only one ID card. Both the police department and the prosecutor's office can attest to this. Please proceed with your testimony. I'd like to cough for a second.
When an ID card is used, there's a record of it.
Let it be noted that this is the record the witness is referring to. Let me see. Yes, that would be it. Detective Goodman. What's the matter? According to this, Mr. Edgeworth, your name is on here. So it is, Your Honor. Not that prosecutor again. Hey, maybe he's behind all this. Being a prosecutor, he could hide the evidence.
Mommy, is that man in blue a murderer?
Shh, don't stare at him. You've got the wrong color, kid. It would seem the inquiry committee will want to speak with you again today. I have nothing to be ashamed of regarding my actions or their consequences. But now let us continue with the cross-examination.
Poor Mr. Edgeworth. It must be so difficult for him.
Or maybe somebody's trying to make Edgeworth look bad.
Yeah. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card.
That's right. What do you think? I'm confused. What? The problem with this ID card testimony is far too obvious. It's not like Edgeworth to miss something like this. You're thinking too hard about it. Come on, let's show them what we've got. Okay. Can I go to the last part again? At time of use ID card. Okay. Earlier, I believe you testified that you were asked the man to show his ID card. He pulled a knife on you.
Yes, sir. He didn't show me any ID, sir.
Any ID card? Don't you think that's odd? I mean, if he had his ID card, all he had to do was show it to you. There wouldn't be any reason to draw a knife.
Maybe he just panicked.
Everything stems from contradictions. Point them out. That's right. Okay. Okay. There's another thing for the internet evidence room. One must use their ID card. When the ID card is used, there's a record of it. At the time of the crime, the detective had used his card. But then why was this at the prosecutor's office? Yeah. Wait 1 minute. Wait 1 moment, Officer Meekins.
I'm not good at waiting, sir.
I have the victim's ID card right here. I found it at the crime scene. That makes sense. When I say crime scene, I'm not referring to the evidence room at the police department. I mean the other crime scene. The underground parking lot at the prosecutor's office. Your Honor, I have one more piece of evidence to present. It's a very important clue regarding the victim's ID card. Lost item report. It's only half completed. But it shows that Detective Goodman had lost something on the day of the crime. Something important enough to fill out this report, but he couldn't fill it out because he didn't remember what his ID number was. So he couldn't fill it out completely. Well, let me guess. You believe this something to be his ID card, right? I can't say for sure, but there is a high probability. On the day of the crime, Detective Goodman was not carrying his card. Order, order! So now, what does this all mean? It can only mean one thing. It doesn't even require much thought. The man Officer Meekins encountered in the evidence room was not Detective Goodman, but rather the man who stole his ID card. Gasp. Order, order, order! Does the prosecution have no response? I have only one thing to say to the defense. Bravo, Mr. Wright. Bravo. Allow me to summarize the defense's argument. At 5:15 p.m. on the day of the crime, the man in the evidence room Officer Meekins encountered was not Detective Goodman. There are two grounds to support this. First, the locker in the evidence room was already unlocked. Second, the victim lost his ID card. Am I correct so far, Mr. Wright? Yes. What's he up to? That being the case, we must inevitably arrive at a single conclusion. If the victim in this video is a fake, then the murder in the evidence room is also a fake. In other words, the security camera does not show the instant of the murder. That is... Well, I guess that's right. Is something wrong, Mr. Wright? Only moments ago, you seemed content to be pointing your finger around. This isn't going to end well. Oh boy. Well, well, it seems you've finally realized exactly what you're gone to such lengths to prove. Explain yourself, Mr. Edgeworth. The defense has already done the explanation for me. The victim in this video is a fake, which means a murder did not take place at the police department at 5:15 on the day of the crime. So the real crime could only take place at one location, the underground parking lot, the prosecutor's office. The murderer being Miss Lana Skye, the defendant. The evidence is compelling. A trustworthy witness observed the moment the defendant used the murder weapon. Because we've been trying to figure out who actually killed Goodman. And if no murder took place at the police department, and so that means the murder took place at the prosecutor's office. And who do we have as a suspect for the prosecutor's office? Our client. I knew that testimony was way too shabby. It was all a trap from the beginning. The activity in the evidence room still leaves many questions unanswered. Who exactly was the victim Officer Meekins encountered, and where did this person disappear to? However, this trial's purpose is to examine only the murder of Detective Goodman. Just so, Your Honor. Mr. Wright, you have to do something, or else, Lana... What do? How am I supposed to get myself out of this mess? Object. Yeah. Objection. One moment, Your Honor. What now, Mr. Wright? Don't tell me you're objecting to what you've just proven. Of course not. But I almost walked right into the prosecution's trap. What are you talking about? This cross-examination has proven one thing and one thing only. The security video did not show the actual murder. Where'd he disappear to, though?
Yeah, and how is there like a secondary place for him to escape? How did he not get seen? Did he go behind like the wall? Are there like lockers behind that row of lockers there? Did he go behind there?
Okay, he didn't go back. Cause I'm like, if the camera like we're right here on the edge, on the left side, and was covering the blue badger, like he could have hid behind the badger, wait for the camera to move, and go. That's what I was thinking. However, it cannot be said that it is unrelated to the murder in the parking lot. Specifically, a large amount of blood traces were found in the evidence room. The defense demands further examination into the truth of the matter. Mr. Edgeworth. Yes, Your Honor. If this court were to examine this further, other witnesses will be necessary. Is the prosecution prepared? I'm sorry, Your Honor. The prosecution considered the incident at the police department to be unrelated. We have not prepared any other witnesses for this incident. This just might be my chance. Then can I call a witness? Time to call a certain Texas Ranger to the stand. Mr. Wright, do you mean? Your Honor? The defense would like to request a specific witness. Oh? Who do you have in mind? Someone we have reason to believe knows the truth behind the activities that took place in the evidence room. The prosecution requests to hear this person's name before deciding whether or not to comply. Very well then, Mr. Wright. This person whom you would have testify, what is his or her name? The Marshal. Officer Jake Marshall. Why him? I can't let Edgeworth know everything just yet. He's in charge of the evidence room. I feel we should hear what he has to say. Prosecution agrees to the defense's request. Since he was responsible for guarding the room, we should hear his testimony. Fortunately, he works in the police department. We shouldn't need longer than 20 minutes to prepare. Very well. The court will take a 30-minute recess while the witness is, subpoenaed?
Subpoenaed.
Yeah, subpoenaed. I'm like, I know what this word is. I know what it means, but I'm like, how do I make word in mouth?
No, it's a weird word.
It is.
It's a weird word.
I'm just like, how do I... Yeah. That happens a lot where I'm like, I know what this word means, I know what it sounds like, but how do I actually form the word? And like, how do I say it? Will the prosecution please prepare the witness during this time? We will, Your Honor. Court is now in recess. Hooray. February 24th, 11:32 a.m. District Court, Defendant Lobby Number 2. There's no stopping, is there, Mr. Wright? Huh? What do you mean? You called for Jake Marshall. It seems you've figured everything out. I haven't figured out anything out. Lana, you're the one who knows everything. Emma, you always know everything. Why don't you just tell us? Mr. Wright is trying his hardest to protect you. I don't recall ever asking for his protection. How can you be so cold? Don't you trust us? Don't you trust me? I hope I'm not interrupting anything, pals. You absolutely are. Oh, guess I am. I'll come back later. Wait, Gumshoe. Wait, Detective Gumshoe, what is it? You got a lot of nerve, pal, making a detective run around while on duty. And to top it all off, you call me here. I've seen happier people at funerals. Sorry, Detective. You better be, pal. Hey! I didn't see you there, Chief Prosecutor's guy. That's okay. So, have you brought what I asked? You mean this, right? My apologies, Detective. Due to my present circumstances, I was forced to use Mr. Wright's name when making my request. My name? Never in a million years would I have thought it was you who asked me. Could I bother you to bring me the SL9 incident files? I'll need them by noon. Talk about crazy. The SL9 incident? But Lana, that's... I thought Mr. Wright might need them, so I had them brought here. Here, you might do well to read them. I can't believe you! The chief prosecutor were a witness in that case! Miss Skye was a witness? Oh boy. Files for the Joe Drake Dark killings? Solved 2 years ago. Take it from me, you don't want anything to do with serial murders. Oh, what? Now that I've brought you your stuff, you're just gonna ignore me? Emma? But why? Why is your name in here? What? My name's in there?
I don't know. Unless... No, it couldn't be. Lana, this SL9 incident, is that... That's the classification number for the police filed it under. 2 years ago, the rest of the world knew it as... the Joe Dark killings. The Joe Dark? No, Lana. That's over with. No! Emma, wait. She ran away. You know what? I just remembered. I gotta be somewhere. Sorry about it, I'm out of here. Thanks, Gumshoe. Jake Marshall, Jake Marshall, Angel Star, Damon Gantz, Miles Edgeworth. Not to mention Lana and Emma? Everyone involved in this case is connected to those killings 2 years ago. This can't be just a coincidence. Knowing you, you just might be able to figure it out. Time to get back to the trial, Mr. Wright. Best of luck. I better take a good look at this file. Okay. Oh boy. February 24th, 12:14 p.m. District Court, courtroom number 9. Alright. The court will now reconvene for the trial of Miss Lana Sky. Emma didn't come back. Allow me to call the next witnesses and the officer in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime. Witness, please state your name and occupation. Me, partner? Oh, I'm just a man, same as you, wandering the trails of civilization. Occasionally helping the elderly across intersections when needed. Yes, we get it. Oh, I know, you're a patrolman. As for my name, if you listen hard enough, you can hear the howling wind call it out. To be exact, it's Jake Marshall, Your Honor. Howling wind? I've never heard Edgeworth described that way before. Now, Mr. Marshall, let me ask you something. You are in charge of guarding the evidence room on the day of the crime took place. Is this correct? Go into the papers, partner. What do you mean? A desperate soul is as boundless as the desert sands. No paper can sum it up. Maybe it's best we get on with this quickly. Please share with us your testimony of the day of the crime, in plain old English. Okay. My job was to keep a wary eye on that bone orchard. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. The science room's protected by 2 security systems anyway. If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Okay. I can't say I particularly care for your attitude. I can't say I care for your beard, but you don't see me complaining. Wait a minute. What do you mean by 2 security systems? I mean the security cameras and the ID card reader. I reckon even a cowpoke like you knows about those. Oh yes. What about the fingerprint-activated locks on the evidence lockers? Fingerprint-activated locks? What kind of newfangled doohickeys are those? He's not being very helpful. He is not that good with machines or with following orders. Everyone's got their weaknesses. Now, don't they, Mr. Prosecutor? This one seems like trouble. Okay, Mr. Wright, he is all yours. Great. Thank you. What a great witness. My job is to keep a weary eye on that bone orchard. How exactly do you keep an eye on the evidence room? I just made sure nothing moved in the security camera monitor. That room's so still. Even time dies in there. I was just caretaker who interred the recordings. You interred them? Because of nothing not that useful. When the time would come, I'd erase the tape. If nothing unusual is recorded, tapes are to be erased every 6 hours. Each time I erased tape, it felt like I was erasing a part of my life. This guy has a flair for the dramatic, but it isn't good to do him any good. So in actuality, you don't physically enter the evidence room. They said I was supposed to make rounds 3 times a day, but that ain't my style. Okay. But you made your rounds on the day of the crime, right? Ain't you heard a word I said, partner? I told you that ain't my style. So you didn't. I'm afraid I don't understand. No desperado I know lets rules get in his way. No desperados I know join the police force. So, Officer Marshall, on the day of the crime, just between you and me, I didn't set foot in the evidence room at that day. There was a rubber glove stuck in the victim's locker. Do you know anything about that? Sorry, partner, can't say I do. I haven't been in that crypt in weeks. How does this guy avoid being fired? Besides, the room is protected by 2 security systems anyway. You used to be a detective, so you've used the evidence room in the past, correct? Of course, back in the day, my locker was a gold mine of evidence. And yet, you didn't know about the fingerprint locking mechanism. Sorry, partner, I ain't good with machines. I couldn't even tell you how a bike works. That's quite incredible. The sensors on the locker handles cannot be seen. It's well known that some detectives are unaware of their presence. Now that he mentions it, Detective Gumshoe said something like that too. At any rate, it doesn't seem that this is relevant to the crime. Can you tell us what you were doing when the crime took place? If I remember right, I was at a street-side saloon at the time it went down. What do you mean by that? What is a street-side saloon? What were you doing in a place like that? I was eating spaghetti. Not even angel steak lunches can beat the parlous Vongole sepia pasta. Do you mean to tell us you abandoned your police duties to go to eat some noodles? Not all desperados eat tacos, partner. That's not what I meant. Hope this has at least taught you a lesson. That's strange. This is usually where Edgeworth says, "Did you not want a raise this year?" I'm just an innocent traveling man, so if you're out of ammo, it's time I hit the trail. Out of ammo, Officer Marshall? That's right, partner. Or as you call it, evidence. If you plan to pin me to this crime, then you'd better draw. Otherwise, you're just wasting my time. My steel horse waiting to carry me back to the west into the sunset. One thing seems clear. Despite being responsible for guarding the evidence room, the witness doesn't appear to have seen anything. Texans don't take orders from anyone, and everyone knows that. Apparently your superiors don't. Okay, I have a trump card up my sleeve, so I best keep my gold. Before I use it, though, I'd better up the ante. Okay, I know. So, so that's wrong, because he was in there based on the fingerprints we found. So we're, nope, that's, okay. Okay, go back. I need to look at these and see what they say. Fingerprints, okay. So, I don't, okay, hold on. This one, okay, this one. Yeah. Officer Marshall, doesn't it strike you as odd? That is, you being called in to testify like this? After all, you weren't in the security room at the time of the crime. And yet you dragged me down here. Explain yourself, partner. It's quite simple. You left a very large trail behind at that scene. Or to be exact, a handprint. Listen real good, partner. Like I said, I'm the caretaker of that crypt. I pay my respects, that is, I make my rounds about once a month. It's only natural my fingerprints would be in there. I only wish it were, officer, because there was still blood residue on it. I only wish it were, officer. But you see, your fingerprints were covered in blood. Witness, what is the meaning of this? Your blood-stained fingerprints were at the crime scene? The blood was wiped away, however. The luminol test clearly revealed this. Well, Officer Marshall? It seems to me there ain't a person in this room with a head on his shoulders. I take it you have an explanation then, Officer Marshall? About the blood-stained fingerprints? Very well, you may begin your testimony about your fingerprints. Not at the scene of the crime. Okay. Blood-stained fingerprints. Like I said, it's only natural for my fingerprints be in that evidence room. One of them just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. Murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was, by chance. Bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Why didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? See, I had nothing to do with it. The witness's explanation is valid, although there's room for doubt. Life wouldn't be on without any doubt, partner. The defense may now cross-examine the witness. This guy's hiding something, I can feel it. Now's my chance to prove it. Okay. Let's say fingerprints. Like I said, it's only... Okay, I want to look at... Found a bloody handprint left in the evidence room. The print had been wiped. Okay. But then, why would the other handprint not be washed off? Because...
Good question.
Okay. So I think it's that, because it's like... when they wash off the other handprint... if he was still wearing gloves, why would he wipe one and not the other? Yeah. Okay. In the evidence room. One of them just happened to be the same place as the bloodstained handprint. Murderer touched the locker room with fingerprint. What a chance. Bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? Let me try pressing him first and see. One of them just happened to be the same. Oh wait, no, go back to the first one. It's not natural for fingerprints in this room. That's because how did you put it, pay your respects once a month? Yeah, that's right. And that and one more thing. That locker happens to be mine. Oh, okay, that's important. What? What do you mean? I mean what I said. That's the locker I used when I was a detective. The locker I still use. All that's in there now, though, is a heap of broken dreams. See. It'd be strange if my prints weren't all over that locker. Apparently his fingerprint data was never removed from that locker's programming. He must have been using the fingerprint lock all this time without ever even knowing it. Okay, that's important. Okay, that was good that I did that. I just happened to be at the same place as the bloodstained handprint. So then, what about the bloody handprint? Wasn't mine. It's no mystery. Please explain. My locker is covered with my fingerprints. It just so happened. Murderer touched the locker where my fingerprint was by chance. The chances of that happening are 1,000,000 to 1. On the contrary, one could argue just the opposite. The chances of that not happening are 1,000,000 to 1. Get one thing straight, partner. You ain't got no reward from me with a mere fingerprint. You want to know why? Bloodstain and the fingerprint are completely unrelated. Unrelated? They're as different as night and day. Kinda like cereal and cereal. One thing's got to do with breakfast while the other's a type of murder. He's right, but though seemingly alike, they're totally different. I don't see what... Hominons have to do with this. Or didn't you know the murderer was wearing gloves? How do you know that? I may be alone, but that's still my job. I keep up on the reports. There was one stain at the scene, thought to be left by the murderer. That's right. Yeah, okay, so they're bringing that up. It was found on Detective Gumshoe's locker. However, no fingerprints were detected on that handprint. Oh yeah, I think we tried that too. So that would mean the murderer wearing gloves happened to place their hand on top of Officer Marshall's fingerprint. That's the only logical conclusion. Are you starting to get the picture, partner? The picture? This seal of blood in the desert is just food for the buzzards. There's only one reality, and that's this. The security tape. So long as my trial isn't in there, My trail isn't in there, you can't say otherwise. This isn't getting us anywhere, Mr. Wright. Please consider carefully where you're going with this cross-examination. Yes, Your Honor. Now then, continue your testimony, Officer Marshall. Okay. Too bad it wasn't me in that video, right, partner? What do you mean by that? You want to tie me to this crime, isn't that right, partner? If so, the video is the only direct evidence you have. But that video is next to useless. It's full of blind spots. Blind spots? Places you can't see. The camera's panning back and forth. The floor isn't shown. If someone was familiar with the camera's position, they could leave the room without being caught on tape. Yeah, they could have probably hid behind the thing. We don't have time for your speculations, Mr. Wright. Well, Mr. Wright, if you can show us evidence in the video that indicates Officer Marshall was present, please do so now. Not in the video? Hold on. Very well, allow me to point out your mistake, Officer Marshall. Tread carefully, Mr. Wright, or you might wind up being the one making the mistake. Okay, now then, let's have one look at the video. Show us the incriminating. Okay. So, guy comes in. I fight. Pans over back here, but then when it goes back over this way, that wasn't there before.
What was it?
The thing,
the glove.
This thing, not the glove. It's just like something that's hanging out. We don't know what it is, like a cloth or something.
It could very well be a glove, though.
It might.
The glove from the murder thingy.
Yeah, or just
it's out of the locker.
Yeah, that's still something that's hanging outside of the locker. Bringing our attention back to the security camera is a mistake I'm afraid you'll soon not forget, Officer Marshall. Days are short in Texas, and so are our tempers. Could you sum up what you have to say in 8 words or less? Very well. You can clearly be seen in this video. Exactly 8 words. Not bad, partner. The key lays in a certain locker shown in the video. That locker with the white cloth. The locker with the white cloth sticking out. That was the witnesses, I believe. Now then, let's rewind the video a bit. Yep, wasn't there. Okay. Oh, the white cloth, it's gone. What's the meaning of this, Officer Marshall? When the crime took place, the white cloth wasn't there. Then it suddenly appeared. There's only one explanation. Officer Marshall, you were in the evidence room at the time of the crime. What's more, you opened your locker when the camera was turned away. Yes. Order, order. It would seem not that silly. Hold your horses. Sorry, partner, but you got the wrong man. So when my locker was open, doesn't mean I'm the one who opened it. It is, though, because of the fingerprints. The murderer needed to hide something, so he opened the locker and stuck it in. That's not my fault he happened to choose mine. Why is everyone staring at me like I'm a one man? Because he forgot about the thing. This guy isn't just playing dumb. He really doesn't know. I hate to rain on your parade, but you're the only person who can open that particular locker. Oh yeah? I call you a bluff. You say open that locker. Now prove it. The thingy, this thing, yes. Boop. Fingerprint sensor. We talked about this earlier today. The lockers can only be opened by the detectives they belong to. What kind of crazy talk is this? Well, Detective Gumshoe did mention something about this. In any case, the locks aren't that obvious. There are even some people on the boards that don't know about the fingerprint locks. So, Sheriff, What do you have to say? In 8 words or less. Oh. Eat some jerky. I only got 1 word for you, partner. No! Uh-oh. Order. Witness, explain yourself. This is a joke. It's the worst I've ever heard. I assure you this is no joke, Officer Marshall. Now then, please tell us what you were doing in the evidence room at the time of the crime. Olay, please answer the question. What is he now? A bullfighter? That's right. Alright, Officer Marshall. I believe we can figure out the rest from here. We can? Have a look at these floor plans. There's no place for someone to hide in the evidence room. Yet, Officer Meekins didn't see Officer Marshall. If that's so, then, where was the witness? Let's see if Mr. Wright has an answer. That's right. There's only one possible conclusion. Well then, let's hear it. Where was the Officer Marshall at the time of the crime? He was this guy. Yes? Oh yeah, Officer Marshall was standing right here. He was the guy pretending to be Goodman. There, but that's where the victim, Detective Goodman, was. No. You're correct. Unless the man wasn't Detective Goodman. I believe the victim in the video is Officer Marshall. It was you, dressed up like Detective Goodman. But that's preposterous. Officer Meekins witnessed the detective at the crime scene. Once he saw the man's face, he'd know for sure. May I point out, though, that Officer Meekins did not know Detective Goodman. He also testified about the man's reaction when confronted. When I entered the evidence room, I asked him to show us a card, sir. Yes, and how did Detective Goodman respond? He suddenly pulled a knife on me. Something about the officer's story puzzled me. If the man had his ID card, why didn't he just show it? Yes, he would have needed it to enter the evidence room, so he must have been carrying it. The answer is simple. He couldn't show it. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on Yes, yeah. As you can see, Detective Goodman's picture is on his ID card. Oh, I get it. If he showed that, his cover would have been blown. Officer Meekins would have realized the man wasn't Detective Goodman. Do you have anything to say to this, Officer Marshall? You've got quite an imagination, partner. We've got a term for that. It's called circumstantial evidence. Circumstantial evidence? He's still denying it. You're gonna have to do better than that to break a detective. Unless you have hard evidence proving I dressed up as the victim. I can't say I particularly care for your uncooperative disposition. I can't say I care for your beer, but you don't see me complaining. Well, Mr. Wright, do you have any evidence proving beyond a shadow of a doubt that Officer Marshall dressed up as the victim? Well, who am I kidding? I don't have anything like that. I can see the fear in your eyes, partner. Seems you're the one who couldn't take the desert heat. Ack, this can't be happening. This is so obvious. He's the one. What could I do? It looks like your lack of experience has finally been exposed. I'll pass on to you what someone told me when I was just starting out. When you've run into a wall with no place to go, return to the basics. The basics? For me, that would be what Maya used to tell me. Phoenix, try thinking outside the box. I shouldn't look for proof that Officer Marshall was in the disguise. But rather, I should look for evidence that came about because he was in disguise. Why do you think this locker was open in the first place? What do you mean? There's no reason for Officer Marshall to open his locker at the time of the crime. Yet he did, despite the chance it might be discovered later as it has been. Which means he didn't originally plan to open his locker. According to the defense's argument, Officer Jake Marshall dressed up as Detective Goodman at the time of the crime. Then after the crime was committed,
He opened his own locker for some unknown reason. The fact that a white cloth is taken out of the locker seems to indicate that. He opened it in order to put the cloth inside. So, just exactly what is this piece of cloth? Perhaps the video is the key to all our unanswered questions. I don't have any evidence, so this video is my only shot. Very well. Let's take yet another look at the security tape. After committing the crime, the witness opened the locker to put away the white cloth. I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be his coat. Please show us why the witness had to open his locker. Okay. So he comes in. There he is. Wait, no pause. Dang it. Yeah, the blood on his shoulder from... Because Meekins got his hand hurt from trying to fight off the knife. Got his hand cut. The Officer Meekins grabbed his shoulders with his bloody hand and got blood on him. And he definitely can't be walking out of the evidence room with blood on him. For some reason, he disguised himself as Detective Goodman and entered the evidence room, though I don't know to what end yet. However, something unexpected happened. Officer Meekins barged in on you. When asked to show your ID card, you pulled a knife on him. However, Officer Meekins panicked, and the white coat you were wearing was soiled with blood. A bloody white coat. You couldn't just walk out like that, so you hid the coat in your locker. Not bad, partner. Now all we have to do is open his locker to find proof. Now then, Officer Marshall, are you ready to tell us the truth? Looks like I underestimated y'all. I hope you're happy now, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, you were only half as persistent then as you are today. We all wouldn't have to be here now would we? Officer Marshall, tell us the court why you did all of it. Actually, I want to look at this. Can I read this? Yeah. Incident number SO9 closed. Perpetrator Joe Dark. Crime serial murder. Sentence death. Victims: Edward Jones, Edith Kirby, Jeb Bates, Jason Knight, Rachel Moss, Neil Marshall. And then trial data. Head prosecutor Miles Edgeworth, witnesses Lana Skye, Emma Skye. So they were both witnesses. Investigation task force. Executive investigators Damon Gant, Lana Skye. Oh. So Lana was working with Gant. And head investigators was Bruce Goodman, and then other investigators involved was Jake Marshall and Angel Starr. Interesting. Okay. So... Okay. Alright. Seems the time has come. Okay. I had to do it that day. I couldn't just stand by and let it die. I saw the detective's ID and just like him, I planned to take out the evidence. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. He managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. There wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. So the supposed victim was really you. But there's one thing I still don't understand. Traces of a large quantity of blood were found on the floor of the evidence room. If no one was murdered, then how could that be? Officer Meekins managed to cut his own hand. My guess is he's the donor. It was way too much blood for such a small donation. I mean, it seemed like he was bleeding a lot, honestly. I had to do the egg, just gonna stand by and let it die.
When you say it, you mean... Do you even have to ask, partner? The Cell 9 incident. 2 years have passed since the case was closed. It was going to completely end with the transfer of that day. None of I had anything to do with it. The incident's not over. But what did you hope to accomplish by sneaking into the evidence room? When a case is closed, only that case's lead detective can look through the evidence. I want to have a look at it myself one more time, no matter what the cost. I don't care what anyone says, partner. That case is mine. But Officer Marshall wasn't in charge of that investigation. Why does he care so much about it? Because somebody died that he knew. That day was my last chance, that's why I stole the detective ID and just like him, but take out the evidence. Why did you disguise yourself as Detective Goodman? If I didn't make it look like Goodman was carrying out the evidence transfer, I'd be arrested for stealing evidence, which wouldn't get me anywhere. So you did it to fool the security camera. And the detective's ID. I stole it that morning of the incident. So that really was why Goodman started filling out that lost item report, but he couldn't finish it because he didn't know what his ID number was, because he forgot it. I returned his ID card. I left it on the floor in the prosecutor's office parking lot. The ID card I found was left there by Officer Marshall. So essentially, you managed to succeed despite your lack of foresight. What do you mean, partner? I mean the fingerprint-activated lock, of course. No matter how well you disguise yourself, you can't change your fingerprints. Under normal circumstances, you wouldn't have been able to open that locker yourself. But he could because a rubber glove just happened to get stuck in the door. That means Detective Goodman must have opened the locker before Officer Marshall. I wasn't expecting Officer Meekins. I knocked him out. You pulled a knife on Officer Meekins and tried to drive him off? Let's just say I was a little surprised. I only planned on being in the evidence room for more than 5 minutes. I didn't think anyone would actually come in during that short time. Officer Meekins certainly is a 1 in a million type of person, mistaking a detective for an intruder and demanding to be shown his ID. I'll have to think a little more about his rise this year. When did Edward get so much influence? Yeah, because he's... Meekins is just an officer. I don't think he has any jurisdiction over an officer. I don't know. Okay, anyway. Anyway, he threw himself at me and I ended up cutting him slightly. I'm sorry it had to turn out that way. With me knocking him out and everything. By the way, what happened to your knife? Oh, you mean this one? I don't know what to say. Who let it have a knife in here? So you knocked Officer Meekins out and managed to escape. I knew which areas wouldn't be caught on the camera. So you did your research beforehand. Those who get into the desert unprepared don't live long, partner. I didn't think it would make a difference though. The security was erased every 6 hours. If all had gone to plan, no footage would have been left. However, you bloodied your coat in your struggle with Officer Meekins. If someone was in the security room when I came out, the jig would have been up. Opened my locker and stashed it in there. What was Officer Meekins doing during that time? What else? He was sleeping like a baby. So what you're saying is, on that day, there wasn't any murder in the evidence room at 5:15. Wait. Okay, wait. Hold on. Press. Okay. The blood found at the scene certainly indicates a crime took place. Why are you blind? The victim shown on that tape is me, and I'm not dead yet, partner. So you stole the evidence from the locker. Actually, no I didn't. Why not? When I opened the locker, the evidence was already gone. What? Mr. Edgeworth, where is that evidence? It's still missing, Your Honor. Gasp. Detective Goodman's locker was already empty. Someone else stole the evidence? Officer Marshall, may I ask you one thing? Fire away, partner. It's a free country. Just remember, I'm also free to decide whether or not to answer. Why did you do this? Stealing a detective's ID, injuring a police officer? This is no small offense.
Moreover, you are an officer yourself. This will have serious consequences. It can't just be forgotten given with a simple cut in salary. Not that salary cuts are ever a valid solution. Like I said, this isn't your case. This one is mine. And I'll do anything it takes to get an answer I'm satisfied with. The witness has an unusual amount of zeal. Let's hear more. I just keep, yeah. But that case was solved 2 years ago, wasn't it? That's the reason the evidence was stored in the evidence room. Joe Dark was convicted for his crimes. One thing I can say for sure is he deserved his sentence. I remember the Joe Dark case. It involved serial murders. Murders, didn't? I don't intend to complain about how it turned out. But there's something that still bothers me. Something went down at the trial. Something no one will talk about. What happened? I don't know. That's what I'm trying to figure out. Why is he so concerned with that incident? Maybe I should present him with what I think is his real reason. I have a feeling we'd end up sooner. Okay. Okay, go back to where the last part. And then go to the case file. Yeah. Officer Marshall, I think I understand. I think I know why you care so much about the SL9 incident. Sounds like you've been sipping too much cactus juice, partner. I have the SL9 incident file here. The name, Marshall, is mentioned in here. And a list of murder victims. Neil Marshall. Are you related to this man? Neil Marshall. Yeah, sure you've heard the name. 2 years ago. He received the same lousy prosecutor award you got. Dun dun dun. What? A prosecutor? He must be talking about the King of Prosecutors Award? Now I remember, Prosecutor Neil Marshall. He handled the SL9 case before I did. That's right, he was killed. And the case fell into your hands. What's his relation to you? He was my brother. He was investigating the murders with Damon Gant and the deputy of chief of police. The group of detectives I was part of worked under them. We were desperate to prosecute the killer. Joe Dark. My brother fought Dark and was killed. That was the first time Dark left behind any evidence. That was all we needed. He was arraigned and incarcerated. And the case was finally closed, at least according to the public records. What do you mean? My brother couldn't have been killed by Joe Drake. I knew my brother better than anyone. No one could have beaten him in a fight. And that's it. That's your reason for your insane actions. There's more to my brother's death than what's records say. No matter how much you try to hide it, you can't fool me. Well, at least one thing's for certain. Now we know what happened at the police department on the day of the crime. That was the last day of the SL9 case could be reopened. Not satisfied with its resolution, Officer Marshall planned to steal the evidence. Disguising himself as Detective Goodman, he entered the evidence room. Officer Meekins confronted him, so he rendered him unconscious and fled. Yes, this mystery has finally been cleared up. No murder took place at the police department that day. Uh-oh. The things that happen by chance never cease to amaze. At exactly the same time as the murder at the prosecutor's office, this fake murder was going on at the police department. Chance? It's gotta be more than just that. So if no one was murdered at the police department on the day of the crime, that means the murder in the prosecutor's office's parking lot was the real one. Which in turn means only one person could have committed the crime. Chief Prosecutor Lana Sky. But wait, a verdict wasn't reached in yesterday's trial. Which is why we examined the incident at the police department today. But There's only one reason the defendant was not convinced yesterday. There yet remained the mystery of the simultaneous murder at the police department. Seems to me this boy's got the draw on you, partner. All of the mysteries of the police department have been resolved, no doubt about it. Our sole murder took place at the prosecutor's office. The only suspect is Lana Skye, and the testimony of one Miss Angel Star is completely incontestable. If you have a response, make it a single word or less. Oof. I rest my case. Seems the trial has reached its conclusion. There's no room for doubt. Well done, Mr. Wright. Thanks to you, I didn't need to waste my time disproving the alleged murder at the police department. There's no doubt what I proved today is true. The apparent murder on the security camera's tape really was fake, but I didn't realize that would end up proving Lana guilty. Now then, the time for the verdict has arrived. This court finds the defendant... Hold it! Oh, it's Emma. Your Honor, wait. Emma. The defense has an objection. A scientific objection. Right? What do you mean, right? Mr. Wright, are you this girl's guardian? Your Honor? Oh, in a sense. Please, Your Honor, all I'm asking you is for a minute of your time. Please hear me out. Mr. Edgeworth, please. I don't want to leave any loose ends. You want a minute? I'll give you 3. I was kind of in shock. I mean, finding out the SL9 incident referred to the Joe Dark killings. Now that she mentions it, she's a witness. Both Sky's sisters were in that file. But that's when I figured it out. I mean, what Officer Marshall was trying to do that day. So I knew his fingerprint had nothing to do with the crime. That left only one thing. The other handprint. Right. There was another handprint that had a glove on it. You mean the traces of blood found on Detective Gumshoe's locker? But no fingerprints were found on it, right? No, but I figured if I examined it scientifically, I'd be sure to find a clue. So, I ran over there and looked at it again. So did you find something? No. Huh? Sorry, I guess I'm not much of a scientific investigator after all. Is that all? Please don't be mad. I'm just a high school student. And I'm just an attorney. Mr. Wright, those traces of blood are the only clue we have. If we can't find something wrong with them, please, Mr. Wright, you're a professional. If anyone can save Lana, it's you. Me. Oh boy. Time's up. Now then, Mr. Wright, with regard to the incident at the police department, does any reasonable doubt remain? It appears the defense is troubled by the other blood mark. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Oh, but the badger was here. The badger was here. So it couldn't have been during the time that incident happened. It had to have been earlier or later. Or probably earlier. Where the handprint was made. But because we couldn't tell because the badger was in the way. Looking at the floor plans, a handprint was discovered around here. Is there a problem with this? Yes. Mr. Wright, I'm sorry, I can't be more use, but still, if you can't find anything wrong with that blood mark, Lena will be... Please answer my question, Mr. Wright. We don't have all day. Yes, Your Honor. If ever I've needed to concentrate, it's now. Yes. What could be wrong with that handprint? Could there be something missing? Yes. Object. The handprint left at the crime scene clearly shows a contradiction. The only thing that seems clear is your grasping, Mr. Wright. You've been staring pretty intently at those floor plans. Tell me, is there a problem with them? Yes, that's strange. Take a good look at these floor plans. Something is missing. Missing? You mean something hasn't been drawn on there? Yes, something that when drawn would completely change the meaning of the blood mark.
Let us pray the defense isn't simply trying to buy time. Very well, Mr. Wright. With all this evidence here, there's got to be something I can use. The question is, which item can prove something is missing on the floor plan? The beaver. They're not the beaver, the badger. What about that piece of plywood? The blue badger, mascot of the police force. Defender of truth, guardian of proof. Explain yourself, Mr. Wright. Please look at the floor plans of the crime scene. The blue badger is not here. So watch what happens when we put him in. This is where he was dancing at the time of the crime. He's in the way. Well, what? Yes, that's right. So long as the blue badger is dancing here, it would be impossible to place a handprint at the spot on the locker. What?
Oh boy.
Oh, snap boy. So that means, what exactly does it mean? It means it can't be done. What are you saying? Blood traces were undeniably found on that locker. Don't look at me. I didn't put it there. Mr. Wright, think it through scientifically. Emma, on that afternoon, Officer Meekins was the one who brought the blue badger to the evidence room, right? After he put it down, it would be impossible to leave a handprint on that locker. Plus, he probably would have noticed it, so it would have been after he put it back. Because even though he literally was like knocked unconscious and stuff, he moved it back out front.
Yeah, he couldn't have done if he was in.
Yeah. So, and I would think that he would notice a bloody handprint, or somebody would have. Whoever woke him up and stuff. So must mean this blood mark was left there before the blue badger was brought in, or after. Just one moment, I will not allow such far-fetched dash in my courtroom. It may sound far-fetched, Your Honor, but it's the only possible explanation. On February 21st, in the police department's evidence room. Okay, so it was on there, I guess, before. Okay. It just Officer Meekins is kind of stupid. Probably. That's how it works. But how? One time was captured on this tape, taken by the security camera. Officer Meekins cut his hand, from which a trivial amount of blood fell. The problem is, the other time... someone bled prior to the struggle shown on this tape. It had to have been Detective Goodman when he was really murdered. That's ridiculous. I refuse to accept your absurd claim. The murder portrayed in the security tape has been proven to be a fake. However, that does not explain the blood mark found on the locker. So then, assuming this murder you purport really happened, when did it take place? I demand you show evidence that proves when it occurred. When did the first incident occur? To summarize, the defense claims that prior to the Officer Meekins being cut by Jake Marshall, he was posing as Detective Goodman. Another incident took place in that evidence room. That's right, the blood mark on the locker proves that. Very well, tell us. When does first incident occur? As Mr. Edgeworth said, proof must be presented. Proof that shows when the murder took place. There's only one piece of evidence that can show that. Now then, will the defense please present its evidence? What shows when the first crime took place? Yeah. If the crime took place inside the evidence room, then the killer would have had to enter it. In order to do so, an ID card would have been required. An ID card. Oh, the ID card record. Officer Meekins brought the blue badger panel into the evidence room at, let's see here, 4:50 p.m. If the crime took place before that time, it would be 4:40. Miles Edgeworth, what have you been doing? I never would have figured you had the nerve, boy. Drop the act, witness. It doesn't take a lot of thought to figure out it could Couldn't have been me. Nope. I ain't getting it. I'm afraid I don't understand either. It's clear from the luminal test that blood was there. However, when the second crime took place, both Officer Meekins and Officer Marshall failed to notice the blood. That means the blood from the first crime was wiped away. By the real murderer? I would have had just 10 minutes to murder the victim, carry his body away, and clean up the blood. Unfortunately, that's physically impossible. That would mean the crime must have taken place before Mr. Edgeworth entered the evidence room. Let's look at the chart again. There's only one other card number remaining. 7777777. That could be a lucky number. But wait, that doesn't make sense. How could Detective Goodman have entered the evidence room? Since there's no record of his card being used beforehand, he must have entered along with the real murderer. That's the only plausible explanation. He went in with 7777777. Mr. Edgeworth, please look into this ASAP. Find out whose ID number is 7777777. That's 17 too many, Your Honor. Unfortunately, I'm unable to look up the owner of that ID card. At least at present. What? Blame yourself, son. The ID number 7777777 belongs to someone with a rank of captain or higher. Someone who is a so-called executive officer. We don't have the authority to inquire into such a person's identity. But that's ridiculous. Just how? I'm not finished talking, Mr. Wright. There is one situation in which we can be granted such authority. If an official charge filed against an executive is accepted. An official charge? You're all alike, aren't you? With your cover-ups and your forgeries. That's how the prosecutor's office operates. Oh my. I take pride in my work, Officer Marshall. I would appreciate it if you would keep your slander to yourself. Slander, is it? Okay. Let me ask a question. Yes. No, not to you. To her, the defendant sitting over there. Your own little executive. Lana? Don't be stupid. She's been charged with murder. Of course, we've looked up her ID number. And it's not 7777777. Don't blame me for a fool, partner. That's not what I want to ask. All I want to know is one thing. About that incident. The Cell 9 incident. Answer me this, Chief Prosecutor. Is that in that trial 2 years ago? Did you really only use legitimate evidence? Ooh. Do you need the witness to repeat his question, Chief Prosecutor? I heard him fine, Mr. Edgeworth. 2 years ago, I was in charge of the prosecution for that trial. At the time, occasionally, we felt the powerlessness of the law. At least, I did. Huh? Lana! I became a prosecutor in order to suppress crime with the law. But before I realized it, we were the ones being suppressed by the law. Defendant! Just what are you saying? I'll ask you again, Chief Prosecutor. During that trial 2 years ago, did you really present all the evidence in the court? Can you look me, an investigator in that crime, in the eye and say that you did? Chief Prosecutor, you didn't. I don't have to, Officer Marshall. Why won't you answer him? Drastic crimes require drastic measures. That's just the way it is. We did what we had to, in order for him to get the verdict he deserved. But Lana, even if it involved forging evidence.
Whoa. That's.
Gasp.
That's on that's a record.
See, that's what I'm talking about.
No.
No!
Edgeworth's like, yeah, holy shit, because that means he prosecuted using faulty evidence. Lana's remarks caused such a stir. The chaos in the courtroom could not be quelled. The conclusion of the trial would have to wait until the following day. What a cliffhanger to end the night on! That took so long.
Yeah, it did. We're still not done, right?
We're not done. There's still one more day. One more day of the trial. Make sure I save this time. Okay. But yeah, one more day, and we just found out that yes, they did forge evidence. To, in that case, in the SL9. Which yeah, George's gonna be fucking pissed because he didn't do any of the investigation part. So he just relied on the evidence that he was given, and believed in that evidence.
Yeah, he thought that everything he was given was above board, and he didn't know any of it was forged.
Exactly, he didn't know. So that kind of becomes a problem for him with all his already rumors. So yeah, fun.
Oh boy.
Yeah.
Guess we gotta wait another week to find out what happens. But that's like 3 cliffhangers right there.
That is a big cliffhanger right there. Because we still don't know who killed Detective Goodman, why Lana was in the car park, in the parking lot. We don't know why they forged evidence for the SL9 crime. We don't really know what it was that Emma and Lana saw, because they're witnesses in that crime, which seems weird because Lana would have been not only a witness, she was also one of the investigators during that crime with Gant.
Yeah, it sounds like she could have just gone up on the stand and lied her butt off.
Yeah.
And it also sounds like
or not
Emma
investigator. I don't
well.
remember what they were exactly, what their title was.
Yeah. And Emma was involved too. Emma could have gone up on the stand or whatever and just lied her butt off too.
Yep. So why would she do that? That seems weird. You'd think.
It's extremely weird.
It is very weird. So we'll have to find out the next week of who killed Detective Goodman. What happened in the SL9 case? And will Lana be found innocent? Maybe. Who knows? It's kind of crazy.
It doesn't look like she'll be found innocent of everything. It sounds like she'll be found guilty of tampering with evidence.
Yeah. Yep.
At the very least.
That's a big oops. And then that, because the suspect for that, the dark guy, was executed. So.
Oh yeah. Yeah, imagine forging evidence in a capital case.
Yeah.
That's messed up on so many levels.
Yeah, that's a oof.
We know they're guilty.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, this forged evidence. Yeah, okay, that's great.
Yeah.
Good job.
Like, even if you know that he did it, like, if she's like the witness and all that, and she's like, I know, but they need concrete evidence to prove it, obviously. That doesn't mean it's the right thing to do, kind of thing. Because even if he did do it, like, right, and it seems like, looking at that picture of him, he seemed like maybe the kind of guy to do a murder, a couple murders. Even so, it's still like not good to forge evidence in that situation, even if how serious of the crime.
I would think it wouldn't be a good idea to forge evidence in any situation, but that's just me.
I mean, especially, in any situation, but even if he is the actual killer, it's still not okay to forge evidence to get him put in jail and stuff. It's still bad.
No, I agree. I think most people would also agree too.
Mm-hmm. But we'll find out more the next weekend on the next Friday.
Okay. All right. I'll see you in a bit then.
Yep, see you later. Alrighty. Let me see here. Close this. So let me see here if anybody I can go to. What is this person doing? No, there's no one really on that I can think of sending to, so I think I might just end it for the night, I think. Be a good time to stop, definitely. So, next week, find out the end of the episode 5, Rise from the Ashes. We will see who did the murderies of Detective Goodman. Yeah, so have a good night. See you next week. Goodbye.